So you spend months preparing things.
Recording in progress.
And then somebody breaks into your system. Never mind. Welcome to Wageningen on this ArMoR Day. Wageningen, small village, city, town, I don't know, about 40,000 inhabitants, so it's not really very big. Somewhere in the center of the Netherlands. And within the Netherlands, it's world famous because here is where the treaty was signed, or the treaty where the German army in 1945 submitted themselves, or what is the word, surrendered themselves. Thank you very much, to the Allied forces, and we still celebrate that from Wageningen every year on the 5th of May, the center of activity on the 5th of May. Outside the Netherlands, Wageningen is probably more known because of the university. And now I'm looking for not this one, there we are. Wageningen University. And here's a picture of the campus just outside the city center. It's a small university, 13,000 students, not very much, not very many. But we only cover one faculty, the Faculty of Life Sciences. And with that, I think quite a few people outside the Netherlands also know Wageningen because of our track record on agriculture and on life sciences in general. Finding answers together to provide smart food in a green world is the logo that we have. My name is Hans Spolder. I work at Wageningen Livestock Research, which is part of Wageningen University and Research, and I'm the coordinator of the Healthy Livestock Project. And the Healthy Livestock Project is one of the projects in the ArMoR cluster. And the ArMoR cluster of projects aims to reduce the use of antimicrobials in livestock farming. And today you'll be hearing a lot of ideas, suggestions, innovations from members of the ArMoR cluster, but also from industry representatives that are here in the audience. The Healthy Livestock Project is a project which is run together with a Chinese consortium. There are actually two halves, and I lead the European half, but we have Professor Xiuming Yang in a minute who will tell you about the Chinese activities within the Healthy Livestock project. Before I give the floor to Xiuming Yang, I have to say to you that this meeting is recorded. So if you have any objections to being seen on a video or to being heard on a video, then I can't do anything about it. You have to leave the room. Because what we want to do is we want to publish especially all the pitches that we are going to be listened to today on our website. Because dissemination is a very important part of European projects, and all of the projects are very keen to share the information that we collect here in a digital way. Another thing I have to say is that I speak English, or at least I do my best, but what we say here is going to be translated in Chinese. We have two Chinese interpreters, and the people that are online can choose between either the English version of the meeting or the Chinese version of the meeting. Now here in the room we have about 70 people or so, didn't count, but something like that. We've been told there are about 200 people in Europe who join us online. They have registered online. In China, we have about 18 people in the consortium who will join us, and 1,000 people that are watching this event today online. And it's mainly for their benefit that we have two interpreters to help them guide through the program. I think that's all I wanted to say at the beginning of the meeting. I will come back to you in a minute when I explain a little bit more about the Healthy Livestock Project and about the ArMoR cluster. But I would first like to give the word to Professor Xiuming Yang, coordinator of the Chinese part of the Healthy Livestock Project, who will explain why we do this project and also how the Chinese are involved in it. So Xiuming Yang, are you online?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, very good.
Okay. Hans, can I share my presentation?
It's probably the easiest if I share your presentation. If you tell me when to go to the next slide, then I'll click the button.
Okay. So then please open my presentation. Okay. Thank you.
Okay. We are now looking for the presentation. Just a second.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So that's it. Good morning, everyone. My
Wij zijn
name
het.
is Shuming Yang.
We don't
Is
see it. Wij zien
yeah,
het niet.
okay.
Yeah.
My name is Shuming Yang. Is the exclusive coordinator of the Chinese consortium of project healthy livestock. Okay, as you know, antimicrobial resistance is a rising pandemic. According to WHO prediction, if no action is taken, dragon-resistant infection could cause 10 million deaths, each year by 2015. So many countries all over the world has developing approach to take AMR. This workshop aims to add a presentation recent approach developed by the healthy livestock or other relatively research project to by the AMR, exploring the most current understand or share knowledge and identifies the research gap between science and industry. So I believe we will have a fruitful workshop. In the following sentence, I will present Chinese administrator approach to take MR. In order to make you know how much are the commercial products or target at reducing antibiotics needed. Okay. So please please back Hans, please back then back. At the second at the second slide. Okay, thank you. So as you show that in 2016 national action plan has been launched to take the bacteria resistant. Then 2 years later, Ministry of Agriculture and Rural Affairs launched a campaign to reduce the use of the veterinary jargon. Then 1 year later, 2019, a ban on the pharmaceutical feed additive as growth has been published. So next slide. So next slide, please. Okay, so then what is the ban of the pharmaceutical antibiotics as a growth promoter? So that means, all the pharmaceutical feed additive as a growth except Chinese traditional medicine were banned. So that means, 500, more than 500 domestic and 2 imported, dragon license were revoked. So that means that in the commercial field, only causing deals take dragon can be permitted used for the commercial slide. So next step. Okay. And also, annual or national survey on the MR has been carried out for many years. That means 2 kinds of the sample from the farmer and the slaughterhouse will be taken to then as indicated, bacteria, some such as E. coli or some of the pathogen isolated. Then many dragon resistance will be tested just to give the background of the data. Next slide. Next slide. Okay. So then, what is the campaign for the reduction of the antibiotics in China? So that it has been carried out for more than 5 years. So that means for the manual publish guideline, then farmer volunteer to join. And so far, 21,000 farmers has joined. Then local animal administrator organizer group expert to review whether the farmer will be pass or follow the guideline. If they follow, then you can see the logo on the here. The logo can be used for their products. That means they can get the more high price for their products. So that's next step. Next slide. So whether it is work or not, so based on the MARA's data, that shows annual use amount was reduced by 20% from 2017 to 2020. That means at least in 2020, that 32,000 ton antibiotics has been used for the animal production. And also, for the antibiotics consumption per ton animal born food, also reduced from 109 grams to 1,065. Next slide, please. Next slide. Okay, and also for the ArMoR, we just use polymyxin as a example. That's be this kind of the antibiotics has been as a last resort for the human defense. Its resistance was reduced from 38.7% to now to 2020 is to reduce to 3.9%. Okay, next slide. Next slide. So that is the first, the action for the effects for the reducing of the antibiotics use. Then also, there is not a stop. So in second 5 plan, then they will have a target to show 50% of the intensive livestock farm will be joined. So the many measures will be taken first for regulate the whole chance of the veterinary drug antibiotics. So next slide. Next step. Okay. Then for the risk control for on the antimicrobials will be taken. They will get the antibiotics from the manufacturer through the traceability systems. Also annual survey on the residue and the MR. And then also they will use the oncology system to attract more and more farmer to join this plan. They also have the system to make the local administrator efficient to join that. Okay, to come to the conclusion. So last slide, please. So back to please. Okay, so from the now we know through the ban of the pharmaceutical feed additive as a growth promoter. Now the new technique and products targeted at reducing for the antimicrobials are highly recommended in Chinese animal production in recent years and the future. Also, that is a greater potential market for the commercial products and robust the technique has a very big market. So thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Professor Xiumi Yang, for this very good overview of what's happening in China at the moment. And I think what we all saw is that things are moving really rapidly over there. Maybe the Chinese started a little bit later on some aspects of antimicrobial use that we talked about already a few years ago. But you can see that things are going really fast in China. Thank you very much for this overview. Is there anybody who's got a quick question? Anything that you want to know while we're online? Please. Just a second.
So Jörg Hartung, University of Veterinary Medicine, Hanover. One question I have, you showed on one of the slides that the farmers join the program voluntarily. So is that compulsory, or is that, well, people can choose whether they join the reduction program or not?
Okay, thank you. Now, at this moment, for the first, the 5 years, all the farmers are volunteer to join, this the plan. So that means when they pass, the standard, they can get a logo to show on their products. Then, the products can, be sold with a high price compared to the convention. For the on the second, or the 5 plan, they also, the farmer also volunteer to join or not. They depend on that. If they join, and also they can get some of the support for the government. Okay.
Thank you very much, Shumei Yang. Thanks for the question. Thanks for the answer. That's very clear. Thanks very much. You'll be staying with us for whole of the meeting, or most of the meeting, I hope, at least today, and there will be several presentations from your colleagues later on as well. So good to see you online. The next part of the program, or the next presentation will be by me, because I will explain to you a little bit about the Healthy Livestock Project and also introduce the ArMoR cluster. So this was our kickoff in Beijing, when Professor Shumei Yang and his team organized a very warm welcome over here. We started in 2018, so that's already a few years ago. And you can see the company logos and the institute logos around this picture. 21 partners in the project, all working towards reducing antimicrobial use. The strategy, or the plan that we follow in our project, goes through 4 steps. The first step to stop the need for antimicrobials is to have good biosecurity and make sure that pathogens don't enter the farm. The second one is that if pathogens, bacteria are entering the farm, you want the animals to be resilient enough so that they can withstand the challenge. So resilience is our second work package. The third one, if they are not resilient enough and if they fall ill, then you want to know as early as possible so that you can start treating them early. So early detection is the third work package. And the final one, if you've identified the group or the individual that needs treating, then you will want to apply precision medication. So these are it's very straightforward 4 steps that our project is based around. Examples of what we've been doing? Well, we've been looking at biosecurity by using the biocheck of the University of Ghent and combining it with the zoning principles of FAO. To come up with our BEAT model, and our BEAT model will support, or is aimed to support, farmers in taking the right decisions on improving their biosecurity. Another example, looking at resilience, we've been challenging animals that are kept in different ways. Here's an example of a project done by a colleague of mine. This was actually already started before Healthy Livestock, but she compared, Ingrid van Dixhoorn, compared pigs that are kept in an enriched housing situation to a barren housing situation. And then she challenged them with both the viral as well as with the bacterial pathogen. And she found, for example, that the barren kept animals have a slower viral clearance than the enriched animals. And here, in response to APP, the number of lung lesions in the barren systems are far greater than in the enriched systems. And this work we've carried through on poultry and on some other studies, notably in China, where they looked at sows kept in stalls versus sows kept in groups, and they find that the offspring, the piglets, are more resilient when the sow herself is kept in a more enriched environment. So very good results that come out of this part of the project. On early detection, we work a lot with video imaging, neural networks, new and automated ways of analyzing the images that we get, for example, to detect ear biting in pigs. But also, and here is some Chinese work again, to look at growth rates, but also variation in growth rate by analyzing the images that you can digitally collect. And here's an example of an individual bird, but you can also do that at group level. And we use that to see any changes or any variation within the herd that might indicate that something is wrong, also from a health point of view. On precision medication, we are mainly working on describing and predicting antibiotic concentrations when you supply them through via the water. And yesterday, Professor Alain Bousquet explained to us how complicated it is to actually precisely medicate through water. And he showed us some examples of which antimicrobials are more effective or can be controlled better compared to others which can't. So we're looking at that, and we're looking at how to improve that situation. And in China, the focus with precision medication is more on the alternatives. What can traditional Chinese medicine do? How can it help us to prevent or to treat any infections? And the Chinese have developed various schemes with which they found very successful reduction in the need to use antimicrobials. So this is very briefly, in a 4.5-year project, some of the issues that we are working on, some of the highlights of the project. But the main thing, of course, is to disseminate these findings. So one of our final work packages is mainly to do with how can we bring this information to the farmers, for example, by collaborating with Zoetis, large pharmaceutical company, as you know, and the apps that they develop for farmers, working together with Global Gap and the Chinese ICOR standards to help the business-to-business sharing of information and guidelines, and of course our technical notes, our meetings with member state officials, and the many publications that come out of the project. So this is an overview of what we do. The work, and I have to acknowledge that, is funded partly by Horizon 2020 program by the European Commission, and it's funded by the Ministry of Science and Technology in China. ArMoR, and here I have a short video that maybe you can start. Thank you very much. And we can go back to the presentation. So ArMoR, Healthy Livestock, is a very proud member of the ArMoR cluster. And in ArMoR are several different European projects that I think about 3 years ago or so, with the help of the EU booster for communication, started to share information on the outcomes of the different projects. So we have regular meetings between our communications teams of all the members of ArMoR, and in the video clip you saw I think 4 or 5 different projects, but here is the complete list of projects. All of them will have a pitch during today's program to give you some of the highlights of the work that they are doing. And then when it comes to that, maybe I should tell you what you were up to, what you're going to face today. We started with an opening and welcome, and Professor Yang Shuming Yang has done his presentation. We will move on to the European Commission in a second, and I will introduce Jean-Charles Cavit to you. And we will have a contribution from FAO after that. Then after that, we will start with a whole series of pitches, new ideas, innovations that different projects and different industry partners will bring to us. And that will last until the lunch. After the lunch, and the lunch itself will be hopefully a very interactive event, because we will have posters there, we will have a few tables where people can present their company, can present their idea, and of course you'll have a buffet so you can walk around and see what people have got to tell you, and also talk with them. It's also the opportunity to talk with the people who have a pitch. They can, you can challenge them or ask them about the things that they were explaining to you. After the lunch, we'll have a round table discussion. We have some more pitches, and there's going to be a prize for the best pitch. And I'm going to tell you before we start this pitch series how that will work. The meeting finishes around 4:30. In China, it will be 11:30, I'm afraid. So if you're still there by that time, that would be great, and I would be impressed. So I hope you can stay in China as long as possible. We'll finish at 4:30 with drinks. Wish you a very good meeting, and I hope you enjoy it. Thank you. And then I would like to ask Jean-Charles Cavit from the European Commission to give his introductory speech. Jean-Charles works at the Director General of Agriculture, and he's the research program officer there, and he's mainly involved in the Horizon Europe program. And he's the policy officer for, I think, most of the projects we just agreed. So he knows a little bit about all of the projects that we are going to be seeing today. Jean-Charles is a veterinarian, so he knows a lot about antimicrobials, and he will tell you the view of the Commission. Over to you. It's the white button in the middle, and then it goes forward.
Thank you, Hans. First of all, welcome everyone, and I'm very happy to be with you today and with China on the other side. As you know, I'm working in the European Commission, in the European institutions. Even being a vet, I have become what people say a technocrat or a bureaucrat. But I try to have my feet on the field still, as much as possible. Anyway, so the EU is not yet a country. So what our role in the institutions in that domain is either regulating. In certain domains we can regulate things applicable in the countries that are part of the EU. But we are also coordinating, stimulating activities. And where I work in the Research and Innovation Unit as part of the Director General for Agriculture and Rural Development, we fund EU research. This is a way to stimulate EU funding, and we fund essentially transnational projects. All around probably know about this. That's as an introduction. So what I will show, and sorry, I will have to fly over the slides because there are too many slides, too much text in the slides, but they will be available, so at least you can look at them. They are linked to websites of regulations, etc., etc. But I will try and cover. First, one thing it's important, I think, to set the scene here, that we work in with a One Health approach to AMR. We have to keep in mind that, at least so far, we fight against AMR for public health reasons. It's not seen as an animal health issue. It's probably a pity, but we fight for public health reasons. So we want to decrease the burden of fatalities, etc., in humans first, but we have to be careful that it does not jeopardize the health and welfare of animals. I will look and go through very quickly the main policy initiatives. Then we will look at the EU Research and Innovation Framework, and then speaking about the near future, hopefully, with a partnership or partnerships in the area under Horizon Europe, which is the new and now current framework program for research and innovation. Just a few figures. I mean, this was mentioned already, that in 2019, an estimated number of more than 800,000 cases of antibiotic resistance infections, responsible for 30,000 deaths at the European level, which was an increase from 2016, and the cost is around 1 billion euros in healthcare systems per year You have the references below. And at EU level, it's not the same at global level, but the health impacts of AMR comparable to influenza, tuberculosis, and AIDS combined. Globally, it is estimated that we have more or less 5 million deaths every year associated to AMR. Then the publication that I referred to there is pondering whether you attribute fatalities to AMR or you associate. Basically, if you look at really attribution, it would be more or less something like 1.3 million fatalities per year, which is huge. Of course, we know humans and animals share the same bacteria, and 60% of dangerous human pathogens of animal origin. So for this, we need a One Health approach to tackle AMR, multi-sectorial, different sectors, etc. At EU level, we have in place the so-called One Health action plans against AMR in a One Health approach, where we have basically 3 pillars. One is making the EU a best practice region on AMR. Second pillar is about research and innovation. And the third one is the EU action at global level. I will go through a number of these aspects quickly. But first, to set the scene, because in the veterinary domain, in the animal production domain, there is a large power for the EU to regulate, to establish legislation to be applicable in all member states. But we have also policy initiatives for those who are a bit aware of what's going on in this domain. We have a Green Deal and a so-called farm-to-fork strategy. And there, it's to help transition into a more sustainable agriculture. And as part of it, and this farm-to-fork strategy, we have a quantitative target to be reached by 2030, which is a reduction by 50% of the sales of antimicrobials in the livestock and aquaculture sector compared to a baseline of 2018. We have also ongoing a review of the animal welfare legislation, which is not without impact on the use of antimicrobials, hopefully. We have a recently reviewed animal health legislation with the animal law and all the implementing decisions, where new provisions for antimicrobial resistance, where biosecurity, etc., are reinforced in this piece of legislation. We have also this new, recent legislation, revised legislation on veterinary medicinal products and medicated feed, and we will see a number of new actions taken there. What I want to say here in the notes that you can probably not read from where you are is that if we look at the monitoring of the sales of antimicrobials in the veterinary sector, the sales fell by 47% over the period 2011 to 2018, looking at 25 countries that provided regularly all data. And we can see that if we look at 2018 and where we are now, we have reached 1/3 of the target of the farm-to-fork strategy, the minus 50%. So there is still 2/3 to go until 2030. The question is, how do we go there? Because some countries have already done a lot of efforts. How can we go there? Now, if we look at what's happening in the medical sector, in the human sector, public health sector, the decrease is there. There is a decrease, but it's 23%. And of course, this is general and average. You need to see exactly what's happening vis-à-vis certain pathogens, certain antimicrobials, etc. For instance, the widely effective antibiotics, the consumption of the most widely effective antibiotics has quite increased, especially in the hospitals. What I can say is, it's nice for the veterinary domain, I think, in a way, is that now, with the JACRA report, sorry for the acronyms, the overall antimicrobial consumption is lower in food-producing animals than in humans in the EU. And I think this is important. It was the first time this situation was reported since the JACRA analysis in 2011. Now, I will not go through all of this, but these are the types of actions that have been put in this action plan that I mentioned, EU action plan, One Health action plan against AMR. But you, for instance, here have provide evidence-based data on possible links between consumption of antimicrobial agents and the occurrence of antimicrobial resistance in humans and food-producing animals. Plenty of actions were needed. I mentioned the web link, or it will be shown in the next slides what has been done. So first, as part of the Global Action Plan against AMR, countries have to have national action plans. But we have also, at EU level, certain initiatives, for instance, EPRIMA, that I think will be presented or referred to probably later in the day, where is the prudent use of antimicrobials, a platform at EU level from the sector, basically. We have guidelines, EU guidelines, on the prudent use of antimicrobials in the veterinary medicine from 2015. There is an equivalent one in the human sector, prudent use of antimicrobials in the human sector. We have this SVAC system of monitoring sales of antimicrobials at EU level, which was a pilot system that is becoming now compulsory for all member states and will be reinforced. And here you have also the main elements of the new veterinary medicinal products and medicated feed legislation, with a ban on preventing use of antibiotics in groups of animals, a ban on preventing use of antimicrobials via medicated feeds, restrictions on metaphylactic use of antimicrobials, etc., etc. So it has been very, very enforced, and it's seen and showed as an important element to trigger the reduction of the use of antimicrobials in livestock. Now you have also a number of delegated acts based on this new legislation. For instance, rules on reserving antimicrobials for human use. And there was a decision, a regulation on the criteria to define those antimicrobials. And then there is a list in the Commission regulation that is mentioned here of certain antimicrobials that cannot be used in livestock any longer. Just again to explain in a way that what is put in place on antimicrobial resistance is for public health reasons before being for animal health reasons. There is also a decision reinforcing the monitoring and reporting of antimicrobial resistance in zoonotic and commensal bacteria. And as I said before, from 2024 onwards, it will become mandatory for the EU and AEA countries to provide the European Medicines Agency with AM use data, not sales any longer, but AM use data by animal species. But it will be in a stepwise approach, starting with data from 2023 for the main food-producing animal species. Now, as I said, it's a One Health action plan. I mentioned what is in place, the main issues, the main initiatives and texts in the veterinary sector. Also in environment, there was in 2019 a EU strategic approach to pharmaceuticals in the environment, which should pave the way for further important actions, identify knowledge gaps, present possible solutions, and addressing the environmental implications of all phases of the life cycle of both human and veterinary pharmaceuticals. I'm not dealing with this directly, so if you have questions, I'm not sure I will be able to reply, but this is to show the ambition and the One Health approach to managing and fighting AMR. You have the link to the latest progress report on this initiative. Now, there are plenty of other initiatives. I could spend much more time going through those, but to know that in the mostly driven by public health issues is the European Health Union, which also provides opportunities for the fight against AMR, with, for instance, the new Health Emergency Preparedness and Response Authority, HERA, which was established in 2021, not so long ago. And among the three priorities of HERA is AMR. There is now a very recent regulation on serious cross-border threats to health, and actually there is a reference to AMR there again. AMR is included in this regulation. Now also, if we look at incentives, let's say, I would say, you have the EU for Health program 21-27, and for funding certain actions, not for research, basically, but funding actions taken by authorities in the member states of the EU. And under the Work Programme 2022, there is direct grants for member states authorities for facilitating implementation of AMR measures. And there is a 50 million euro grant foreseen for antimicrobial stewardships, mostly in the medical sector, but also setting up a vet in the vet domain, equivalent to the EARS in the medical sector, and also for those who know about JAMRAI, a follow-up action to JAMRAI, which is a One Health approach to AMR monitoring and other actions. You have also the EU's Global Health Strategy launched on the 30th of November 22. This issue of AMR being in One Health is probably linked, and this highlight and this stress on this is probably linked also to the COVID crisis, where One Health suddenly got a big interest from everyone, and AMR is part of this. So mostly in the health sector, and you will see here, I mentioned at the bottom of the slide that the Commission soon will come with a proposed Council recommendation, and also as part of it, a proposed revision of the EU pharmaceutical legislation, mostly in the medical sectors, and the objectives and activities in the area of public health, where the EU has limited competences, will be strengthened. In the medical sector, the EU has not much regulatory power compared to the veterinary sector. It's more coordination, but still, again, because of COVID and AMR and other things, there is a move towards more initiatives. I would not say regulation, more initiatives from the EU to coordinate and push member states to go further. Other ones, this is not about research again, but we have the so-called EU AMR One Health network, chaired by the Commission. But basically, it's a platform to present an exchange of the national action plans and strategies to keep each other member states up to date with their progress, with the best practices, etc. And there have been top suggestions on AMR action published by this network, and you have the link there for those who want and have the time to go through this. At international level, it's again one pillar of the One Health Action Plan. The EC cooperates with WHO, FAO, WOA, the World Organization for Animal Health, the former OIE. We know that AMR is an action track in the quadripartite One Health Joint Plan of Action. I think it's Action Track 5. Also, the Commission, together with other institutions, cooperates at international level with the US, Canada, Norway, the UK, in the so-called TATFAR, Transatlantic Task Force for Antimicrobial Resistance. We support OECD on the work for AMR, etc. Now, on research. This is a picture that is moving if we look at Horizon Europe, but in Horizon 2020, there were a number of different types of initiatives that could be taken and were taken to support transnational, international research on contributing to AMR. We have the typical collaborative projects. We have also partnerships, public-public or public-private partnerships. We have blue sky research. And mostly in the medical sector, you had also loans for small and big R&I companies for fostering innovation. Grants to small businesses, etc. More in the medical sector. IMI was a public, or is, I think it's still operational, a public-private partnership with big pharma companies. And if you look at AMR in the medical sector, this is really important. This is, I will not go too much through this, but you know, all these projects, and you have the link with the website, etc. Most of these projects are presented today. I think another one, BM Farm, which is a project funded from ICAT. These are all projects, these are the main, I would say, Horizon 2020 or Horizon Europe projects and initiatives relevant to AMR. Those projects certainly are directly relevant to AMR because it's about AM use, it's about, to some extent, you mentioned for healthy livestock biosecurity. That's why here on the right side, I mentioned several projects that are also relevant for biosecurity, but it's only one part of the picture. I mean, if we look at fight against AMR, you have the practices, I would say, use of AMs, but you have like, for instance, finding alternatives to antimicrobial, but we could think of vaccines. I didn't put any project here. We have a number of projects on vaccine development. If you use vaccine to prevent disease where you would use antimicrobials, then those projects would be relevant to the fight against AMR. So, but this is at least a picture of the different types of projects we have. Very quickly, the One Health European Joint Programme Co-Fund is one of these projects, a big project, 90 million euros together, 50% co-funded. I mention this because it's called One Health. It does not cover the whole aspects of One Health, but what's nice there is that you have basically in a number of countries represented and funded, actually from agriculture research budget, the veterinary, I would say, sector, animal health, food, but also the public health. Public Health Institute are part of there, with the idea that it could foster an integration and a cooperation within the countries also among these two dimensions of One Health, the vet and the medical sector. And ArMoR is not the focus, is not the main focus of that initiative, but it's 15 million euros out of these 90 million euros put on antimicrobial resistance with 7 projects. And one of these projects that will be presented today is the BioPG project, which is one of these 7 projects funded from there. Now, another project that will be presented here today is funded from this joint programming initiative on antimicrobial resistance, which is then funded from the medical sector. It's a member state-driven initiative, mostly in the medical sector, even if there is and there are activities covering One Health. It's an initiative with 29 countries at least, and the European Commission, and they have developed a strategic research and innovation agenda that covers a number of aspects from therapeutics, diagnostics, surveillance, environment, interventions, transmission, and that's where the One Health dimension can take place in the transmission pathways. And farm care is one of the projects selected through an ERA-net that depends on GPI ArMoR. Sorry if it's a bit complex for those who are not familiar with the EU machinery, but one of the calls organized by this GPI ArMoR covered One Health intervention to prevent and reduce the development and transmission of ArMoR. And here I mentioned 3 projects, Cephasy, Phage Stop ArMoR, and farm care, that are relevant to the veterinary sector, even if they were funded from the GPI ArMoR. And they had several other calls that can be relevant. Innovative Medicine Initiative, I mentioned public-private partnership, and they had huge budget with here more than 650 million to develop new drugs for bad bugs program, where they worked also not only on antimicrobials, but they worked at least partly on antimicrobials with the ArMoR accelerated program with something like 420 million euros. This is basically for the medical sector, public health sector, nothing in the veterinary domain there. At global level, the Joint Programming Initiative on ArMoR, GPI ArMoR I mentioned before, has established a virtual research institute. We have also work at G7, G20, health and environment, and agriculture ministers level, working on ArMoR issues, and specifically also in the veterinary domain, a kind of global alliance of funders and implementers of research on animal health where we have ArMoR. It's nearly the end. Just about the G20 Germany, you know that there is now this global ArMoR, you know, if you don't know, I tell you. There is now this global ArMoR R&D, research and development hub, with a dynamic dashboard that continuously collects and presents information on ArMoR R&D investments all across the One Health continuum. So we are not lacking initiatives on ArMoR or One Health at EU level or globally. Now, just the future, very, very quickly. We are now under Horizon Europe framework program that started in 2021, will go up to 2027. And these are the big pillars and areas of expenditures, let's say, for this framework program, where we have the health, so-called cluster, with 8 billion euros, and a cluster covering food, bioeconomy, natural resources, agriculture, and environment, with 9 billion euros. What we do on animal health research, including ArMoR, in the veterinary domain is under cluster 6, and what is done on AMR or health, but for people, is under the cluster 1. And big initiatives, so-called European partnerships, are being prepared. And I will not go, if there are questions, we can go back to this, but there will be co-funded partnerships that will be established, or we hope will be established very soon, and they are relevant to AMR. Actually, in cluster 1, a One Health antimicrobial resistance partnership, co-funded partnership, is being prepared in a call 2024. And we have a partnership, animal health and welfare, that will cover to some extent AMR or measures to fight against AMR in this partnership for the call 2023, very soon. I don't go through these are how these co-funded partnerships work as a reference for people who would like to go back to this. This partnership on animal health and welfare, you have some deals. It would cover animal infectious diseases, including impact on public health. It would cover animal welfare, essentially centered on livestock, but where necessary, looking at companion animals or wildlife where relevant. And really the aim is to better prepare against upcoming and emerging threats, strengthen animal welfare, generate innovative technologies and products, support evidence-based policy making, and strengthen what we call the European research area. Integration, cooperation, strengthen between member states at EU level. Who would be in? Research performing organizations, research centers, funding organizations, but also authorities. Now the topic is already published, the call is open, and a consortium is being built. The idea is to co-fund 50% from the EU, the rest from the partners that will be in the partnership. We are willing to provide 60 million as an EU contribution, as a partial EU contribution to start with. Potentially the EU contribution could be up to 180 million euros, which would make a partnership, if everything goes well, nearly between 300 and 400 million euros altogether. A strategic research and innovation has been drafted. And I think basically, well, these are the, I will not go through this, but these are the principal drivers, objectives, operational objectives that have been designed for this partnership that cover a lot of animal health and welfare. What you could think of is there to some extent. And I cannot finish without this One Health antimicrobial resistance planned partnership by Cluster 1, where they want to develop a One Health approach, or to reinforce the One Health approach to the fight against AMR, but let's say driven from the medical sector. You have here some elements, and the idea is to have these partnerships, animal health and welfare, and this future partnership One Health AMR, to cooperate, to avoid overlaps, to avoid duplication, but also bring synergy where feasible. And there are discussions ongoing. And I think this is basically it. Sorry to be long.
You can hold that for. Thank you very much, Jean-Charles, for a very comprehensive overview. Thanks a lot. Glad you mentioned the partnership at the end as well on animal health and welfare. For those of you who don't know, there are a few days left to respond to a questionnaire issued by the partnership, where you can also register your organization as a potential partner in the partnership. I just thought I'd drop that in as well. And well, we can provide you with a link to that call. So funding organizations, research organizations, you can put yourselves forward for potential member.
Maybe I can add, not all centers will be able to join a member as a full member of the partnership. The partnership will organize calls. Like for those who know ICRAD, the ERANET ICRAD, you have joint calls from funders. That's why we want to have funders. So even if a research center is not in the partnership itself, it will be able to apply to calls that partnership will organize. Because we cannot have hundreds and hundreds of partners in a partnership. It would not be manageable.
This is true. But if you don't register...
But as you said, the strategic research and innovation agenda is a draft, and it's for consultation until tomorrow, I think.
Oh yeah, today or tomorrow, yeah. And
so
registration is the end of the week. Yeah, so it's all going very fast. One question, please, at the front here.
Thank you very much, Jean-Charles, for your inspiring presentation and the overview. Rens van Dobbenburg, Federation of Veterinarians of Europe. We've met before. One question, you were talking about the human consumption for the first time exceeding the animal consumption. Are you talking volume or PCU?
It's PCU. I think it's PCU, yes.
Okay, thank you very much.
Well. I would have to check. Sorry.
If you can do, I can use it. I can use it this afternoon already.
Yeah, I would have to check the JACRA report.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you again, Jean-Charles, for your presentation. You're around all day.
Yeah.
We have time during lunch. If there are any more questions for him, then I'm sure you'll be able to and willing to talk to people. Thanks very much for your presentation. Thank you.
Thanks.
We move to the next presentation over there. We move to the next presentation, which is by Nelia Motriuk, and she works at FAO. That's the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations, of course. She's the coordinator of the ArMoR multi-stakeholder partnership platform. She's in Paris at the moment, and hopefully, Nelia, you're online. Yes. We can see you on the screen here, and with a bit of luck, we will also get your presentation. Just a second.
Good morning, good afternoon to you. Do you hear me all right?
Yeah, we hear you very well. Just trying to get your presentation on the screen here. And there we are. We can see your presentation now, Nelia. So you're ready to go.
Super. Thank you so very much, Hans, for the great introduction. And I'm so honored and pleased to have the possibility to address such a diverse audience connecting through Europe and China. So yes, I have the presentation, a short one for you, but I would like to first invite you to watch together a short video on the ArMoR partnership platform, if possible. Thank you so much. Can I get back to my presentation? Yeah, thanks. Okay, now thank you again for having me in this nice setting, in this historic place. And I will not repeat all the data that have been already mentioned by Jean-Charles and Hans. I would want to resonate about the partnership, the importance of partnerships in addressing the global ArMoR challenge. And that's why actually I would love to present to you an initiative which was established recently by the quadripartite organizations. Jean-Charles mentioned them, FAO, WHO, UNEP, and WOHA, working on the One Health and ArMoR. So I'm coordinating and supporting the partnership with the establishment of this platform, but I'm basically coming from the Joint Center for Zoonotic Diseases and ArMoR based in FAO, which coordinates the FAO One Health program. And ArMoR is an important pillar of this program. So I think it's useless to mention that ArMoR is a global challenge, and no one is capable to solve it alone. And as all the global challenges, ArMoR requires collective effort and solution. And indeed, a lot has been done at all levels by all relevant actors like the scientists and the private sector and the governments and the civil society. But is it enough? So today, ArMoR is really ranked alongside climate change as important threat to global health. And the day when antimicrobials stop working for us will really usher a new post-antibiotic era. And are we prepared for this future? So against this backdrop, it's really important to join forces and to work together at scale to propose innovative and unconventional solutions, mobilize every single citizen and sector and discipline to contribute to this joint fight against ArMoR. We've been talking about partnerships since this morning, and collaborative platforms as the ArMoR multi-stakeholder partnership platform is definitely not a silver bullet to solve this issue, but they can offer a unique opportunity and a range of clear benefits to stakeholders working together towards a common goal by bringing a broad set of perceptions, perspectives, skills, capacities, resources, and strengths. And by bringing all those together, synergies and efficiency gains can follow. We can have large-scale activities. We can outreach to more people, and we can have better results together. Obviously, there are costs to multi-stakeholder partnership because it takes time to build trust and to make stakeholders to agree on the objectives and actions. And indeed, appropriate governance, transparency, and accountability mechanisms should be in place to make the platforms work. But looking at the consortia that you have created with all the willingness and the motivation and the support of such important partners as the European Commission, it's clear that working together is possible and brings benefits to all. So let me move to the next slide. And focus more on the ArMoR partnership platform. It's a multi-stakeholder mechanism that was recommended by the Interagency Coordination Group on ArMoR back in 2019 in its report called No Time to Wait, Securing the Future from Drug Resistant Infections. And it has a clear set of objectives, which include the building and sharing and promoting a shared vision on ArMoR, promoting the shared knowledge, learning and networking opportunities, and driving collection actions through a One Health approach. Therefore, the platform is really a global, inclusive, and voluntary coordination and collaboration mechanism, which aims to bring all sectors, all disciplines together. It's not a decision-making or a standard-setting body, but really a neutral forum where everyone can come, express interest, share knowledge, share experience, collaborate, and co-construct activities. So the platform is established by the quadripartite agencies and is hosted by FAO with the secretariat based in Rome. And this initiative is supported by the European Commission and DG Sante in particular. Next slide, please. So the platform was launched quite recently in November 2022 during the World Antimicrobial Awareness Week. It got a huge participation from more than 500 stakeholders from around 50 countries. It was equally presented in the third high-level ministerial conference on ArMoR with more than 42 ministers of health and agriculture, and It was acknowledged in the Muscat Manifesto, which is the final document of the conference, inviting stakeholders to participate and co-construct solutions on ArMoR in the platform. The web page of the platform is available and you can definitely consult, and I invite you to do so. The link is on the slide. Next slide, please. So who can join the platform? The beauty of the platform lies in its inclusive and collaborative approach, because it welcomes civil society organizations and their networks, research and academia, governments, UN entities and specialized agencies, intergovernmental and global and regional organizations, philanthropic donors and regional and international financial institutions, and the private sector and industries. And moving to the next slide, I would like to focus on how those stakeholders will actually work within the platform, because obviously the mechanism should be based on the accountability, on the transparency, and include the representativeness of the stakeholder to ensure that ArMoR is addressed through the One Health approach. So actually you can see on the slide that members will be grouped in different clusters. I've mentioned them previously: the governments, the civil society, the international financial institutions, and so on. So those are stable groups of stakeholders of the same nature, I would say. Then the heart and the executive arm of the platform are really its action groups. They are members driven, they are designed by members and driven by members. They would need to embrace different sectors and different disciplines, so members from different clusters will join those action groups. And the steering committee is a body which oversees, coordinates, and provides overall guidance to the platform work. It's composed by the members of clusters and action groups and the quadripartite agencies. The members will have the possibility to come all together once a year to discuss progress, to have a dialogue, to share lessons learned, to discuss challenges and build the common path forward in the plenary session. Yeah, the plenary is the highest fora for where all the members can be heard. The whole structure is supported by the coordinating team, which is sitting in Rome. And this coordinating team works closely on an everyday basis with the quadripartite joint secretariat on ArMoR, which embraces these 4 quadripartite organizations. And moving to the next slide, I would like to focus more on the action groups, because as I've mentioned, they are the heart and they are the executive arm of the platform. And actually their uniqueness and specificity is in the fact that they embrace different sectors and different disciplines, trying to really breaking silos between. They will be collaborative, right? So it's really the concept of co-construction that will be guiding the work of the members. And the bottom-up approach means that all the action groups actually are proposed by members. And they will be defined in time. It means that they can have 1 year or many years. It really depends on what and how members want to work within those action groups. They will be self-organized also. It means that members are defining the frequency and the format of their meetings. And they will have also 1 representative in the steering committee, which will enable really to have this accountability and representativeness through this body. And obviously they would need to report to the steering committee and the plenary at the early basis to ensure that actually we have this accountability really at the global platform level. So how those action groups will be proposed and formed? Any member of the platform is free and welcome to propose an action group of their interest, of their priorities. So those proposals will be gathered by the coordinating team, and they will be reviewed by them, and the decision will be made on the establishment of a couple of them. So in the first year, we aim to have around 5 action groups, but obviously this number will be increasing over time to ensure that we have the diversity of topics addressed related obviously on to AMR and One Health. And once those action groups are established, members will be invited to join them. And with all the members already on board, so the action groups will be invited to nominate their lead, to convene meetings, to have a calendar of meetings, to develop their work plan, to start implementing activities, and then delivering them and reporting on them in the steering committee and the plenary session. And well, after talking about the form, I would love also to focus a bit on the content and the essence, and this is in my next slide. Thank you. So, as I've mentioned, the action.
Microphone, yes. Anelia, can you still hear me? Hello, you're frozen. I think she's disconnected, but I don't know whether it's a problem at our end or at the other end. Could be, but maybe not. Is it a problem here or? Yeah, okay, so she got disconnected from her side. Probably, that's a pity. It's good to see some of the examples of these action groups, because I was wondering what we are talking about. I can't take over your presentation. I hope you can get back to us later. But if not... Okay, so she's completely disconnected now. Well, that's a pity. Every time things like this happen during a meeting, you think, oh, you know, why? You know, why can't it just go normal? But think of it the other way. How often does this work? And how easy is it to get connected to people, in this case in Paris or the other side of the world or whatever? So let's count our blessings in that respect. Maybe she'll come back today. Maybe we'll fit her in another part of the program. But I think we move on to the next part of our program. I will thank her when I get the opportunity for a very good presentation. I would like to start the pitches. And this is the main part of our program for today. And the idea of the pitches is that you hear in a relatively short space of time good ideas, new ideas, things that you hadn't thought of. And to be sure that we cram in as much information as possible, we've decided to only have pitches and leave the discussions for lunchtime and leave the discussions at the end of the day when we have our drinks. So here is you now also, here's also a job for you to start working now. Not just the people who do the pitch, but also you in the audience. And I want to ask you two things. Firstly, I want to ask you to pay attention and come up with good questions that you have for the people that present a pitch. That's one thing. Secondly, we have a competition, as I already announced in the beginning. And I would like you to write down what you think is the best pitch in terms of presentation, convincingness, or whatever the English word is, and impact and stuff like that.
So what was Disarm? Disarm was a project that looked, so in our...
Uh-oh. Don't know where this came from. So what's the best pitch? And also, what is the best innovation? What do you think is the most useful thing that you have heard? I'm also asking our Chinese colleagues and other people that are online to take notes, because at the end of the pitches, you will have the opportunity to vote for the best pitch and for the most promising innovation. Let's see. Yeah, just two more things to the people who are presenting. It's going to go in rapid succession. And we have 7 minutes for each. So that means you have less than 7 minutes to do your presentation. And to make sure that you stick to time, I have this little device here. And it will talk, or rather it will make a sound. We're getting close to, when you're getting close to, no, when the end, there we are. So when your presentation's finished, and that's when you stop. And the second thing I wanted to warn the pictures about is that we have added Chinese letters to your presentation. So you will see a screen that maybe you don't quite recognize, but it's to help our people on the other side of the world to also understand what your pitch is about. We have headsets for each of the presenters, and the first is Helena, if I'm not mistaken. Helena from this arm. She's already there, is she? Okay, and the second speaker will be Joost. I saw Joost somewhere at the end. Joost, will you make your way as Helena is presenting? Because we've got a second headset, and when I ask you to, you can take over for the second pitch. So hopefully this way, we will get quite rapidly a lot of information. The first 5 pitches are before the coffee break, and then we'll break for coffee. If Helena is ready, then we can start. So that's why the next presenter already needs to go in that direction, so you have some time to get linked up to the system. Now I tried and tested this chicken last night several times. I calibrated it. It's really accurate. I only want to apologize to the person sleeping in the room next to mine for maybe waking them up a few times at 11 o'clock. But it's working. And I'll set it to just under 7 minutes so that we have sufficient time. I know, I can tell. Okay? Oh, yeah. It's the white button in the middle. If you press that, and
okay.
Yeah. Off you go.
Ability to have better control and better oversight about their, the animal health parameters in their farm, and in that way be more precise about their interventions. And then we also had a very important block with strategic communication, dissemination, and exploitation activities. So I will not go into a lot of detail, but this was part of the interaction and innovation approaches that try to have, let's say, grassroots level of intervention so that we actually get the farmers to become, let's say, teaching the researchers, let's say, about how to do things, and then having the researchers communicating with the farmers at a much more accessible level. For that, one of the instruments that we used was the community of practice. This community of practice was quite successful. We are still, at the moment, very active. It has migrated now under the control of another European project. It's now under the, mostly the roadmap project is taken over, but this community of practice is still quite active, and it's got over 600 members at the moment. So there was a social media takeover, so this way all our, let's say, work has not been lost. We also have created a state-of-the-art database in which very interesting research innovations and also promising actual research has been placed here, and we have summaries, and in these summaries we've made the language accessible for farmers so that they don't have to go through the jargon that is used in scientific articles, so that they can get to the point that they need. So these farm health teams were one of the, let's say, the flagships of our project, because we wanted to create the possibility for farmers to visit farmers from other countries, and in that way learn from each other new strategies to tackle antimicrobial use. And so these farmers were from the countries that we have here in the bottom. So there were farmers from, the Netherlands, Spain, but also Latvia and Belgium, and Romania, UK, and Denmark, and from France and Greece, and they were exchanging on the basis of the different species. So we, as you can see, we had swine production, we have poultry production, we had cattle, mostly dairy cattle, and we had sheep, also mostly dairy sheep. And they had the chance to exchange with each other tips and tricks, let's say, on a very, again, on a very grassroots level. I will just skip this because unfortunately, this presentation was a bit longer than it should have been. We also had the farm fact sheets, in which we summarized, again, in very visually accessible ways, some of the challenges that the farmers had, but also some of the solutions that they found to very simple problems. And this was something that the farmers themselves really valued. So here I will just go briefly through another one of our results, which was the toolbox. So in the toolbox, we aim to create a very, let's say, management and business approach to solving problems, which actually is very useful for farmers, because very often they're overwhelmed with things that they need to do, and we try to help them out with that. And this toolbox is easily accessible on our website, so I encourage you to recommend it to your farmers to check it out and see if they can put it to work themselves. We have a lot of dissemination materials in our website, including videos with tips and tricks, best practice guides, and abstracts. And finally, I would like to just show you a little bit of our legacy. And our legacy includes a decision tree in our website that will allow farmers, veterinarians, advisors to easily find all the resources that they need. And we are also connected to the Eureka Farm Book, in which our results can be used for future. And we have also e-learning modules that farmers, advisors, veterinarians can use. And finally, we have policy recommendations. Sorry. Thank you.
Well done, Elena. Thank you very much. Very good presentation. And of course, she'll be available during coffee to
Absolutely, yes.
to tell you more about this, about the Disarm project. We have Joost van der Borne from the Skippers Group in the Netherlands, who does the next presentation. And after that, Professor Yangxi Li in China will join us online. Joost, please.
Thank you, Hans. Yes, in my talk I will share some experiences that we have in practice with our company, and that's about biosecurity measures to reduce AMR. Well, probably I should have stated AMU, and then the theory versus practice. Well, typically, if we talk about preventive health management, we very much focus on biosecurity practices and on vaccinations, which is of course very, very important. What we do in our company is we try to develop concepts and products to support hygiene and to support care for animals. And thereby we hope that we can reduce the need for antibiotics and possibly also the need for some of the vaccines, or at least increase the efficacy of the vaccines that we do use. So reducing infections by hygiene and enhancing resilience by care are our core activities. And under care, for example, we cover feed additives, but also enrichment materials, for example. One of our projects includes the high care approach, which is a combination of hygiene and care, and that includes 5 pillars: a clean environment, realized by cleaning and disinfection, clean drinking water, pore-proof surfaces, so preventing pathogens to stay in the concrete floors, which are typically very difficult to clean, pest-free stables, including rodent and insect mitigation, and optimal care, which I just explained. So what we did is we combined these 5 pillars together using an integrative approach and then applying it at test farms. Well, our first results at our own test farms were quite positive. We found that improving the sanitary status give quite a substantial reduction in antibiotic use, but also some the technical performance improved quite a bit in the pigs and in the poultry. And poultry were broiler chickens in our own experimental farms for a multi-year project, in which we compared a control stable, a reference, with an experimental stable. But then, of course, we brought this into practice. A lot of farms, mainly in the Netherlands, 29 pig farms, 11 poultry farms, where we also collected data. And then we saw, in general, we saw positive results, which are the ones which are the averages in brackets. But we also saw a lot of variation between farms. Sometimes we saw positive, sometimes negative results. If we looked at the reasons why, one of the big reasons was we can tell them what to do, but does the farmer also apply the measures as it should be done? So that's something why we made an add-on to the concept. And the add-on included application, coaching, monitoring, and service to our products. So not only providing the products, but also to help the farmer in applying the products. We have done this in a national program within the Netherlands, but also internationally. So we have farms all around the world where we apply parts of this high care concept together with this. So application tools to make sure that always the right concentration is used, also to prevent dangerous situations at farm level, monitoring, scoring the results by an app using digital dashboards, also to make people aware about what they do, that it can also affect the results. Use coaching tools both online and offline, and often in combination with local teams. And we focus very much on implementing protocols. So creating protocols and sharing protocols is not so difficult, but implementing the protocols at farm level, and not only with the management, but really with the farm workers, that's where the main challenge is. And then finally, the service created a digital platform and direct communication between farm managers and hygiene specialists, and that also allows benchmarking and trend analysis for each of the farms that's participating. Well, one of the lessons that we have taken from this journey, I would say, is biosecurity measures. They do indeed help to reduce the antimicrobial use, but implementation is really key. From the last presentation, I've seen the best practices, and I think one of the challenges with those best practices is also to put them into practice. Our experience is that working in teams helps a lot. So to have combined teams with veterinarians, with nutritionists, with hygiene specialists, and of course also the farmer, to work together to one goal. And also to use dedicated hygiene coaches. We have experiences, for example, with 2 big integrators in Spain and in Italy, where we have one employee who is paid half by the integrator, half by our company, and who is doing nothing but checking all the procedures and training the farm employees. And that's working very, very well. The second advice that comes from the implementation is to make the concepts KISS, so keep it simple and stupid sometimes. And that means not only creating paperwork and checklists, but also to have the experience with the farm workers, that they see what they do, that if they use any products, that also the water system is really clean, so they can see it by using an endoscope. They have to experience that what they do also makes a difference, and that's one of the important aspects. Second aspect of that is top-down and bottom-up. So first of all, it's very sometimes easy to convince management from big integrators to work on antimicrobial reduction, but then to get to the working floor, that's the big challenge. At this moment, we have 2 field studies ongoing, one in Argentina and the one in Canada will start up in a few weeks, in which we will further implement these concepts and also look for the risk factors for successful implementation. So thanks for your attention.
Thank you, Joost. Well in time. I was just holding up the 1-minute sign, but you didn't need it, so thanks for that. I'm sure there are questions on this. I can think of a few questions, and please meet Joost. Do you have a stand also over lunch, but you're available for people to discuss with you more on what Skippers is doing on this. Thanks very much. We now go to 2 online presentations, and the first one is by Professor Yang-Shi Li, and I can see him on the screen. Good afternoon to you in China. You're one of the members of the team of the consortium of healthy livestock in China, and you're involved in traditional Chinese medication. Please, you have just over 6 minutes to give us a pitch on the things that you are doing.
Okay.
And please tell me when. Whoa, sorry, you were far too early, Joost. And please tell me when I need to change the slides, because I think I have to press the button over here, Yang-Shi Li.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yes, very well.
Yes. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, my dear friends, I'm very glad to share my knowledge about traditional Chinese medicine in fighting AMR. My name is Jianxi Li. I'm from Lanzhou Institute of Husbandry and Pharmaceutical Sciences of Cairns. Next. First, I want to introduce what's the traditional Chinese veterinary medicine. It means under the guidance of the theories of traditional Chinese veterinary medicine, the drugs are prepared or processed with materials of medicinal plant, mineral, animal tissue, and which are used to treat or prevent animal disease. These drugs are named traditional Chinese veterinary patent medicine. Next slide. We have different theories from Western medicine, like TCVM theory, like yin-yang balance theory, and Qi blood theory. Also, we have totally different diagnosis methods. It's very simple, but how to do it's very difficult. First, we observation. Second, auscultation. Third, interrogation. And fourth, pass feeling. Then we collect the data and give us judge how to understand what disease. Next slide. We have three kinds TCVM prescription. First, only one plant or only one medicine. Second, mixed together at least 2 medicines. Third, we extract some active ingredient, then mixed a new product like dandelion and lianhuaqing capsule and Tegenol. Next slide. Why is TCM benefit for fighting AMR? We have long history use TCM to prevent or treat various plagues and infectious disease. You know, in the East Han Dynasty, we have a famous doctor. His name is Zhang Zhongjing. He writes books. It's famous. Collect many prescription to treat or control infectious disease. This book name is in Chinese, 伤寒杂病论. Next slide. you know, in COVID-19 epidemics, the TCM products such as Lianhua Qingwen capsule played an important role in control or elevate clinical signs of COVID-19. Next. Why is Chinese medicine benefit fighting AMR? Because TCM can increase the ability against the disease through enhancing immunity, increasing resistance to infection, and promoting the elimination of pathogens in the body. So it can produce a positive to control AMR. Next. In TCVM, most TCMs with active effective of heat clearing and detoxifying, strengthening the body resistance, eliminate pathogens factors, can help to fight AMR in farms, unlike these following drugs. Next. A modern understanding of TCM against AMR. First, studies show that TCM can eliminate or reverse resistant plasmid. Second, inhibit the activity of bacteria beta-lactamase. Third, inhibit the function of bacteria influx pump. Fourth, TCM can change the membrane permeability of drug-resistant bacteria and eliminate biofilm formation. Next. Some cases, Beethoven decoction is a classical prescription for treating bacillary diarrhea and amoebic diarrhea. Most farms use this medicine. Next. We have a new Chinese patent prescription, means Tampocufia. It can produce a positive prevent or treat diarrhea in piglets and play a positive role in fighting AMR in pig farms. Next. It's another new patent TCM products. Shenjiang Zhili oral liquid. We make clinical trials. It showed cure rate was nearly 85%. Next. This is for chickens. Coccidiosis is extract from Changshan. It can. The trial test showed that this drug has obviously effect against coccidia, which is similar to the effect of the chemical drug, sulfuric acid sodium soluble powder. This drug can replace of the chemical drugs with resistance for coccidiosis. Next.
Professor Yang Li, can you wrap up, please? Go to your last slide because the time is up.
Okay, thank you.
This is excellent timing.
Make a conclusion. TCM products have positive effects of fighting AMR. However, the mechanism of their antibacterial infection disease still needs to be explored and explained through a lot of study. It's over. Thanks for your attention.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Much appreciated the overview of the different types of medication, also some of the scientific background to why you think it will work. The Healthy Livestock Project has many results on this in its program. Unfortunately, of course, you're not here for lunch, but we will share your contact details in case people would like to contact you about some of the work that you do in your group. If that is okay with you, Professor Li.
Okay, thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Have a good day.
Thank you. We move to the second Chinese presentation by Dr. Weiping Song. He is involved in our biosecurity work package of the Healthy Livestock Project. I can see your name on the screen. Are you there, Dr. Song?
Yes,
Oh.
I'm here.
Okay.
Okay.
And
Okay.
how do I present? Do I click a button or?
尊敬的
Yep.
汉斯先生、各位女士、朋友们，我叫我们大贝龙集团。大贝龙集团
So
的
can we switch to the interpreters so that they can translate in English?
将我们大贝龙集团猪
So
场
I here
健
to
康替
share
抗
with you
方案
about
做一个
the
简要的介绍。
application of antibiotic
大贝龙
reduction
集
and
团是
substitution technology
1993年
in
成
the
立的一家
large-scale
中
pig
国
farms
企
of
业，
Dabeilong. So this
是一
group,
家综
our
合性
group
的
still
农业
was
企业。我们
established
主
in
要的业务
1993. So our
是
major
资
business
料科技养猪
major in the feed and the pig
或动
feeding
物疫苗科技产业这是我们
and
主要的
the
翻到第三
medical
页。我重点介绍我们大贝龙集团在生猪养殖的健康替抗的技术体系。
So I will mostly share with you about the technical systems of the reducing and replacing resistance in the large-scale pig farm. So
往
please
下 next
page.
next press
好 Please
好
next
下一页
page.
再下一页
Okay, next page.
再下一页
Next page.
再下一页
Okay, next page.
next press 再下一页这页yes 好。
Exactly.
我们大贝龙集团的主要技术体系
Our major system
主要是从
about
6个
the
方面，
antibiotics can be represented from 6
一个是
perspectives.
有优良的饲养环境，第二个是精细化的生物安全技术体
And
系，
second is refined biosafety prevention and control
第
technology
三个
system.
是我们有合
And
理
the
的
third
防御程
perspective
序、
is that we
免疫
have
程
the
序，
reasonable immutation
第四
procedure.
个是我们有针
The
对性
fourth
的除健康免疫的保健方案，
in
第
the
五一个
target
是
product plan and
有
to
良好的
promote
饲
the
料
pig
营养健
health
康技
and
术
the
体系。
strength the pig immunity.
好，下一页。
Okay, next page.
优良的饲养环境
So
是
the
我们
good
做好
breeding
健康替抗的基础。
The breeding environment is a foundation for maintaining the good health of the pigs.
包括我们也要选好的养猪的环境，这个场
To
址
select
和优良
the
的这
good
个圈舍
location
饲养
of the
设
pig
施。
farms is reasonable, and the supporting facilities are in the intensive and standardized construction of the pig farm.
下一页。
Okay, next page.
精细化的生物安全防控
Next
技术
page,
体
please.
系是
So
我
for
们
this
做好健康替代的技术
refined
保障。
biosafety prevention and control technology system is what we are doing now.
我们主要是依
And
据
we
FAO、OIE
mainly
的
depending
方
on
案
this
对猪场的话
FAO,
做了一个非
and
常
we
严密
have
的
done
生
this
物安全技术方案。
quite good safety scheme.
同时的话，我们这
At
个
the same
生物安
time,
全方案，我
we
们还是通
also
过
use this
这个微信小程序
one, and then we use this
向这个猪
mini
场的
app
话进行发放。
from WeChat,
下
and
一页。
then to issue that to the factories. Next page, please.
然后我们将生物
And then we are also
next
using next one, please.
next
Next.
yeah we find biosecurity provision and control technology system. We just set up many SOPs for pig farm, and it's very effective. With this SOP per farm, we use biomarkers also in time. And the third measure is reasonable immunization procedure, and the vaccination for the pig and piglet is very important for this system, technology system. And the target production plan to promote pig health and strengthen pig immunity. We just use some antibiotic representatives used in the feed. And this is also very effective.
草免疫的一个方案。
We use in the pig water, use the oxide fertilizer is also very good. And also pig's feed nutrition preparation technology is also important. And DBN is a very good famous pig feed factory. So we do many works on how to produce the pig feed without antibiotics. And we have a very effective reduction antibiotics in our company. The amount of antibiotics used of the production for pig's feed, we just reduced the antibiotics use about nearly 16%, and we produced nearly 5 million pigs each year. Thank you for your attention. This DBN cases in China. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Sung, for your presentation. We will send this presentation to the delegates of the meeting, if that is okay with you, and they can contact you if they need further information. But thanks very much for your presentation and also persisting through the difficulties that we had with the technology. Thanks a lot. We will move to the final speaker before coffee. And that's Aniek Spaans. And Aniek is going to present to us the roadmap project. And you want this thing to move to the next slide. And can we go to her presentation?
Yes.
Aniek, you may need to click it a few times so that we are... Yep, there we
Hello,
are.
everybody. I would like to share with you one of the practical activities we did in Project Roadmap. I would like to focus on the living labs in the agricultural sector. Because in Project Roadmap, we established 12 different living labs in 8 different countries and 3 different sectors. In the poultry sector, the pig sector, and the cattle sector. And with the living labs, we were striving to develop, test, and evaluate on different locally adapted strategies in order to reduce the AMU or in order to encourage prudent use of antimicrobials. So here you can see a figure about the living labs. In a living lab, we encourage to involve as much as stakeholders as possible in a living lab. So it's not only about research and farmers, but we also would like to involve the industry, the governance, sometimes even customers, to have everybody involved that is important to solve or contribute to a certain challenge. So when the goal is to co-create and to co-create an innovative solution, then a living lab should be an interesting solution to consider. A living lab is a real bottom-up process in which innovations are continuously being evaluated. So how does this process look like? You always start with an initial question, and in our case of roadmap, it was always like, how do you reduce the AMU, or how do you encourage the prudent use of it? Together with a whole group of stakeholders, you start to share your visions in order to create a common ground, and you explore and negotiate about possible solutions to the certain challenge. You diagnose and start to co-create the possible solutions, and in the end, you start to actually test certain solutions. And in the case of roadmap, they were called the action labs, in which quite often a selection of participants of the living lab were actually testing a certain solution. That can be, for example, some farmers, some veterinarians and advisors that were part of the living lab testing it, and then they came back to the living lab itself, and then they evaluated the process. And then the loop started again in order to upgrade the solution or to continue with another solution, for example. So here are some examples the different living labs of Roadmap worked about. They worked on different levels. Here are the strategies on farm level. For example, in the Netherlands, we were working on farm coaching with the farmer, the vet, and the feed advisor. The others you can read. On industry level, for example, in Vietnam, they were working on organizing training for drug sellers on AMU and AMR. And on regulatory level, in Italy, they were working on harmonizing the regional guidelines with the European legislation. And lastly, we had also some strategies on societal level, such as in Denmark, to initiate dialogues with agricultural colleges. So what are our successes in our opinion? For us, the most important success was that in the participants of the living labs, there was a stronger focus on AMU and animal health. And also they created some very nice dissemination materials on AMU and animal health in this bottom-up approach. Regarding the process, it was a very open and bottom-up process in which trust and mutual commitment was playing the basis of this approach. And it was very interesting to see that people that normally haven't met each other about this topic was now in one place to discuss it. So that created different perspectives and interesting discussions about the challenge. And also the living lab structure with the action labs in between created focus and interaction. And lastly, it was a good lesson that an independent facilitator was very helpful to guide the living lab meetings. We also had some challenges, of course, especially in the preparation phase. It was quite a challenge to represent a balanced group of stakeholders with all influential people involved in the process. And also the goal of the living lab process also needs to be very clear beforehand. And it's quite an innovative process, something new, something different than a normal discussion, so that needs to be well explained. And also regarding AMR itself, they were quite often pointing only to the primary sector instead of the entire bigger picture, because that's where the problem is about, of course. Well, we had also some other constraints, such as time, people dropped out, and of course, during the pandemic situation of COVID, we needed to organize these kind of meetings online, which was a challenge, but also interesting to explore. I will end with some learnings. One of the main learning was that finding and implementing solutions to these kind of difficult challenges, such as AMU and AMR, is very difficult and sometimes even impossible, because quite often it's not only the farmer who has to change, but the whole system is in charge. We need to consider conflicts of interest and international processes when selecting people in the living lab. And pre-existing working groups is a good lesson to not have them as a basis for your living lab, because it might create a lack of open-mindedness. The living lab as a participatory approach helps to move people away from their usual position. That can be also create some new insights. And we need to create an environment where everybody feels free to invite other people which they think that should be valuable for the process. And lastly, we experienced that facilitating a living lab requires a significant workload, so that seriously needs to be taken into account when you would like to start it. Well, if you're interested, feel free to contact me, and we have our final conference the 26th of April, so feel free to join us in Brussels.
Thank you very much, Annika. Well timed. Thank you. Very informative presentation. I propose we go for coffee now, and you color some of the people that you just heard talk if you have any questions with them, for them. We should be back here at 11:45. So in China, that would be 6:45. That's when we start again. Okay? Coffee is just outside the doors. Microphone? Yeah, microphone's working. I see people coming back into the room. Please find a seat. Please get your pen and paper out again to write down any questions that you have for the people who do a pitch, and also to write down your marks, your scores. Thanks very much. We have the next speaker here. It's Alfons Jansman, a colleague of mine at Wageningen Livestock Research. Your presentation's there. You've got the button. Okay. So I propose, Alfons, that you start.
It's a real pleasure to present the Avant project here. Indeed, it is about alternatives to veterinary antimicrobials, so real in the heart of this meeting as well. We work in this innovation action in a consortium with 14 partners from 9 different countries, and the nature of the parties are represented here. You can read that, and really it is about the development and testing of alternatives to antimicrobials, reducing the antimicrobial use in the pig production sector. Pig is clearly the target species here, and more particular, piglets are the target species because we focus on post-weaning diarrhea and the reduction and prevention of post-weaning diarrhea. And in the pig production sector, antibiotic use is relatively high in the piglet phase compared to the other phase in the productive life of pigs. The focus is on testing and evaluation of a variety of different interventions with really different mode of actions. So there are a number of reasons why this topic is important. I'm not going to spend much time on all of them, but there is no current vaccine available to prevent post-weaning diarrhea. There was a solution, but this is forbidden now, the use of zinc oxide, forbidden in the EU since last year. Cholesterol has restrictions, and while we do not have no good solutions for so far preventing post-weaning diarrhea in many occasions. So we focus on a number of solutions, project solutions we pay attention to, and really it's a variety of potential solutions. We are focusing on the gut microbiome modulators in terms of pre- and probiotics. We focus on on-farm fecal transplantation. I have a slide on that in a minute. We focus on phage therapy, which is a virus which is antibacterial and could be helpful to destroy ETEC in farms, a novel innovation. We talk about injectable and in-feed additives working on the immune system, oral immunostimulants, as we call them here, and we're working on a number of nutritional solutions, both targeting at the sows, feeding the sows in a different way, and in that way manipulating the microbiome and the sensitivity, most likely, of the piglets to disease status, which we call post-weaning diarrhea. And we have some activities focused on feeding piglets in a certain way with functional ingredients, always different types of fibers, preventing in that way occurrence of post-weaning diarrhea. A bit more detail here. So we have industry partners which are have activities in pre and probiotics, so we're testing a number of options there. And we focus on fecal transplantation. That means oral inoculation of piglets just after birth with a more mature microbiome. And in this way is the assumption that we can help the piglets to overcome the critical period of life, being the first 2 weeks after weaning. And here you see one of the results. We are about halfway the project, so we are at the stage of evaluating all the interventions we've tested so far, and that is the stage before we go to the clinical trials in piglets with a selected number of interventions. So here you see the effects of different forms of microbial or fecal microbial transplantation or gastric microbial transplantation on the occurrence of post-weaning diarrhea and effects on fecal consistency. We do that in studies where we apply, let's say, controlled condition for post-weaning diarrhea using a pathogenic ETEC strain to induce diarrhea. And in some cases, we just use the natural environment to induce or to observe the effects on post-weaning diarrhea. And here you see an example in which we show that fecal microbial transplantation really can have an effect on the occurrence of post-weaning diarrhea. So it's considered to be a promising intervention. As said, we focus on feeding strategies of both the sows and the piglets. The focus is on, in sows, mostly on the fiber part of the diet. So we have inert fiber and more fermentable fiber. And we believe that that influences not only the microbiome of the sows, but also the microbiome of the piglets, because the first encounter of young piglets after birth is the microbiome of the sow, because they are in touch with the body of their mother. They are in touch with the feces present in the environment. So we think a mature inoculation with a more mature microbiome could help to prevent neonatal and post-weaning diarrhea. Here you see an example of different fiber sources in the diets of sows, both being more structural fiber and fermentable fiber, for example, sugar beet pulp. And here one of the observations was if you feed sugar beet pulp as a fermentable fiber, 1 minute left, then there is a positive effect on the fecal consistency. More results are underway, but this is just one example to show you on what aspect we are working on in terms of nutrition. We are going to make a selection of those interventions which go to the clinical phase of the project, where we do more trials under practical conditions in different countries. And we are now at the stage to define which will be taken to this stage, and we are in the stage of selecting farms which could be used for this part of the project. In the end, of course, it's all about what is the effect in the longer run. So there are activities to map the reduction of antimicrobial use in Europe, and to project the reduction of antimicrobial use by the year 2030. And that is what we plan to do. Here are some more details about the coordinator, Luca Guardibassi, who coordinates this project from Denmark. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much, Alfons. Thanks very much. You'll be here for lunch as well. Do you have a stand or a poster?
No, I will be here during lunch, yes.
Yeah, and people can find you if they have more
yes.
questions on the Avant project.
Yeah, sure.
Thanks very much.
Okay.
We move to the next presentation by a Chinese colleague, and it's Professor Yi Xu. I hope I pronounce it correctly. And maybe we can move to the next slide and see if Professor Xu is there. Can you hear us? Hello, good afternoon. Yeah, there we are. We can see you.
Hello.
And if you tell me when to move to the next slide, then I will go through your slides.
Okay, yeah.
So let's just see whether we can get the slides on the screen. Just a second. Yeah, there we are. So please start.
Yeah. Okay. Hello, everyone. I'm Frank Xu. I'm the technical director of New Hope Liuhe, of the poultry business unit. Today, I would like to introduce the application and practice of our reducing antibiotics in commercial broiler. So next slide. Next. Yeah, how we think, what we did, and the results, and a small conclusion. Next. The reduction of the antibiotics in feed in China is not a big deal, because for the couple years ago, as a leading company, we have achieved the reduction of antibiotics in feed for a long time. But in China, the main contradiction of the antibiotics reduction in China is to how to reduce the antibiotics in the commercial phase. Because in the past couple years, past 10 years, the development speed of the commercial poultry developed very, very fast. The hardware standardization is not very, is still very low. So the management level in the commercial birds, we still need a lot of work to do. Next slide. We mainly focused on several aspects of the reducing antibiotics. For the first, the quality control of the inputs, just like the quality chicken quality evaluation, pre-starter feeds, and water quality monitoring. For the second, we do several works on the feeding program. Also, as everyone knows, we do some digital management of the feeding program, and also we use the on-zone disinfection of the house, also with the water line, and we found that the environmental control is very important, and the humidity is more important in China cage system. And also we did program medicine standard management, and also we screen the several Chinese herb stuff and some other product. Next slide. From the results, because for the New Hope Liuhe, we had about 500 million birds per year. I mean the commercial broiler. So in the past 5 years, we can see the cost of the antibiotics decreased, and also we see the Europe index improved year by year. Next. And also, as the leading company, New Hope Liuhe is very strict in China. About the detection of the drug residue before process and after process, and we can see the detection rate of the drug residue improved. Next. So what we did, and I think the first thing we did is the chick quality evaluation. We gradually transmit from the previous qualitative evaluation standard to the current quantitative evaluation standard. We established our company's standard, and we check every batch of the birds before we put in the chicken house, and also according to the test results, we adjust just like the temperature control program, a meal program, and also the medication program procedure. Next. Second, we found a very interesting thing is about the pre-starter feed for the baby chicken. The pre-starter feed, we use some anti-stress stuff, and also supply some water and prebiotics and vitamin. And from our feeding results, we can see use the pre-starter feed, the birds have the Europe index improved about 15 to 20. It's a huge improvement. Next. Third, ozone waterline disinfection. There are some bacteria problem in our commercial feeding system, because the water, I think the water quality is very, very important in China. For the broiler chicken, is not very serious. I mean, the water quality problem, but for the duck, it's worse. So we use the ozone disinfection, and we can see the middle picture, the water quality improved, and also at the same also the cost of this technique is very, very low if we compare with some acidifier. Next. First, also we use to do the air disinfection. The cost is also very, very low. And you know, in China, we use the cage bird system. The air quality is more important, I think. Next. Humidity in the cage system, I think is very important because it can improve the air quality. So we use some we should add some we use the humidification and also just to improve the air quality. And we also can see a very good improvement for the growth performance. Also, I need to mention the humidity is very important for the cage system to control the respiration disease. Next. The application of the Internet of Things the technology in the environmental control is very popular in China. We have developed the hardware and also the software of this technology for the cage system. Here I need to mention for the growth performance data collection is also very important in this system, as well as the water intake, the body weight. We need to collect every day, and we can get some feedback from this system, and then we can find a better result when we get all the birds out. Next.
Director Xu, can you try and go to the conclusion of your presentation, please?
Okay, yeah, very quick. According to the laboratory tests, we also do the medicine plan. Okay, next. We move to the conclusion. Also, we screen some antibiotics products such as China the herb. Okay, in China, I think China should focus on the commercial poultry practice to reduce the antibiotics application. Because in China, the chicken quality, water quality, air quality, environmental control are the key points. And also the RD or the antibiotics should be based on the local feeding program and our characteristic. Okay, yeah, that's all.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Director Xu, for this presentation. If you agree, then now we will give your contact details with the people who are here so they can ask you if they want and contact you directly of all the developments that are ongoing at New Hope Liu, because you do a lot of work on reducing antimicrobial use, and it might be interesting for some of the delegates to ask you a little bit more about that at a later stage. Thank you very much for your contributions.
No problem.
Thank you. And then we move to the next presentation, and you will have two, Edgar. One now and separated by one presentation from an online presentation from AmRils. The first one on the use of biomarkers and microbiome in farms for antimicrobial resistance management.
Yep. Do you have the?
Yeah. Of course.
Perfect. Thank
the
you.
white button in the middle.
Okay. Very good. So this is an iCraft project, as you can see here, and it's a very simple concept. We were looking for a way to classify farms and to classify batches of animals in a way that can be done even by the farmer. Okay, so we were thinking, what can the farmer look at, or what can the veterinarian look at to classify those farms, and then target the kind of approach that they want to use. So what we decided to do is to use biomarkers, in particular in oral fluids, because it's very fast and you don't have to get blood or anything. And the other one was microbiome. Initially, we started with the feces, and now we are also working with the oral fluids, because then you can use the same sample for the whole thing, okay? The project only goes up to selecting the indicators and putting all that together in a lab. After that, we will go into a platform that is available for the farmer or the vet in the field, but at the moment we are only selecting this because the project has a limited time frame. So the objective was to characterize the microbiome and characterize the biomarkers depending on the characteristics of the farms, and we have a database on the farms that we are working, so we can know what kind of farm we are talking about, pathogens, antimicrobial use, and all that. And then to put all that together in a way that we select what we want to do and what we want to look at in the farms to classify them and to know what kind of problems we will expect with a particular farm or with a particular batch of pigs. So initially, to, let's say, adjust the methods, we did 18 farms in Ireland. We know the farms very well in terms of pathogens and everything that happens there. So we kind of did the fine-tuning with the methods, and I will show you an example there. And then also, there is another part that is the longitudinal, where we are going to change the farms in a very particular way that we know that has worked for us in the past, and we will test that effectively this works in the farms, and it's 5 farms in Ireland and 5 in Spain. So that's the sampling for you to have an idea of what we are doing now. We take samples of oral fluids in different points and feces. And for example, the fine-tuning can be as simple as this. We had the sponges and we had the ropes to collect the samples of the oral fluids, and the ropes for the analysis that we're doing are too dirty, so we went into the sponges, and this is the sponges that you use to wash yourself in the shower, so it's not very fancy technology, but you have to see times and how they react to this, number of animals, etc. And this is an example. It's published, so you can look at it in online. And it's an example of the problem that we have with the ropes, how dirty they get and all that. There is a scale of dirtiness and how this affects the analysis and all that. So we had to adjust that. And then for you to have an idea, we started with 23 oral fluids biomarkers, and we selected 11 that respond very well to what we wanted. So this is the evolution of the different biomarkers, and this is published already. And they change depending on the farm, but we're not going to go into that because that's a lot of graphs and a lot of information. All that it will be published soon enough, so you can read about that. These are some of the publications. For you to have an example, one of the things that we are seeing that is very interesting is the changes that we get in those groups that show animals that die because of meningitis. So we are following very close, say, for example, 20 batches of animals, and what batch and what particular animals in some cases we are going to get meningitis in, okay, so that we can attack the problem before, and we don't have to medicate, for example, with amoxicillin the whole farm. Moving into the microbial populations, you don't have to know about this. It's just each color is a different bacteria. This is shotgun sequencing, so it's a species, but this time I'm showing you genera because it's easier to discuss. So very, very simply, the colors tell you, for example, on the left, we were kind of asking questions to ourselves. So is the farm important? Is the environment important? Is the treatment important? Is the age important? So these kind of questions until we narrow down to what we want. So for example, one question, is the environment different than the pigs? You see on the left on this picture, for example, that you have all those greens and yellows, that's the environment. The pink and the purples are the pigs, so it's very different. And then we cluster this, and there are several farms here, and we have seen consistently in different experiments that the farm doesn't matter. The animals take over the whole clustering, so the farm is not clustering together at all. Okay, so that's one question that we answer. Then, is there an effect of cleaning? So far, we have checked different types of cleaning, not very aggressive, but different types of cleaning. So far, it doesn't have any effect, but we are going now to more aggressive protocols, like removing separation between pens and all those things. And then another question that you can see here, for example, very clearly, is on the left are the batches that don't have diarrhea. On the right are the batches that have diarrhea. Some of them, the yellow is E. coli, so some of them go all over the place. But we can see that those batches that don't have diarrhea, this is 7 days after weaning. So they approach very fast to an adult microbial population. And the ones that remain as a lactating animal, then they show the problems with the diarrhea. So that's another question that was very useful for us. And you can see here, for example, we use the zinc as a model. So on the left, you have the no zinc. On the right, you have the zinc. We sequence all those. And what we did here, for example, and you can see very clearly here, for example, all of them carry the E. coli from the sow, which is this blue here, and this is when they are weaned, okay? The ones that don't have zinc, they keep all that E. coli there. The ones that have the zinc, that E. coli is gone. And that happened with other groups, and we can characterize the E. coli to the pathogenicity factors. So we want to use those pathogenicity factors before they are weaned to say, okay, this batch, be careful. And then we can treat before it happens, okay? And that can be, obviously, this shotgun sequencing with a lot of analysis, but we can narrow it down to 2 or 3 pathogenic factors. And that's it. Thank you.
Yeah, it's working again. Thanks very much. I'm trying to decipher. Oh, there we are. Chicken has spoken, but the chicken was later. Thanks for your presentation, and you'll come back for another one in a few minutes' time. In between, we have somebody online, and it's William Gaze from the AmRILS project. William, yes, I can see you on the screen, and we are now trying to get your presentation on our screen as well. I will press the button, William, at your request, so we'll move through your presentation. But just hold on a second until we see your first slide. Yeah, we can. No, this is the last one. I press go. I think this is it, William, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Great. Okay, so I'm going to talk to you today about a UK-Argentina grant. So it's based on beef feedlot systems, and it's a very interdisciplinary project. I'm based at the University of Exeter Medical School in the Centre for Environment and Human Health. Next slide, please. So we have many different work packages. We have the first work package is a systematic review and meta-analysis looking at the relationship between AMU and AMR in beef feedlot systems globally. We then have a field trial focusing on different feedlot management systems and selection for AMR in the gut microbiome. We're also doing experimental evolution, so looking at the effect of different antibiotics on microbial populations, fecal populations, but in the lab. We're also working on this conceptual framework to consider AMR across the One Health continuum. And we have a policy focus work package and an economics analysis work package. But I'm just going to talk to you today about the systematic review and the experimental evolution work packages. Next slide, please. So you've probably all seen these types of figures. This is sort of an overview of AMR from a One Health perspective. So really we're interested in animal disease, but we're also interested in farm animals as reservoirs of resistance for human infections. So it's these interlinkages between the food animals, so livestock, humans, and the environment as well. So all the agricultural waste, the fecal waste that goes into the environment, it can potentially contaminate watercourses and rivers and agricultural land used for crop production, and that can be transmitted back to humans. And of course, the environment is a massive reservoir of novel resistance mechanisms which have evolved over evolutionary time. Next slide, please. So sometimes we think of One Health concepts as new, but actually this is the original figure from 1977 on which the last figure was based. And really, actually, it shows that in nearly 50 years, we're still really considering this AMR from a One Health perspective in the same way. The only difference, the only change I would make to this figure now is that actually in the environment at the top, so rivers and streams and soils, we know that selection can occur from antimicrobial antibiotic residues, even at the very low concentrations that they're present. Next slide, please. So we did a systematic review of 9,000 papers. So this was all of the papers that were coming up in searches for the relationship between antimicrobial use and AMR. And as with many of these reviews, once we had actually screened all those 9,000 papers, we only had 24 studies which met all the quality criteria for inclusion. So next slide, please. So here you can see this is the meta-analysis of all that data, and it's those of you that have done systematic reviews, you'll know how much work this is. So on the left is this is the data for injectable antibiotics. Also note that the the time durations for these two figures are different. On the left, it's 50 days. On the right, it's 200 days. So on the left, for injectable antibiotics, you see a spike in antibiotic resistance in the gut microbiome, and then that actually comes back down to sort of baseline relatively rapidly. But on the right, this is for in-feed antibiotics, and what you see is a gradual increase over 100 days, and then the resistance is maintained in the gut microbiome for the duration. So, you know, we sort of know that this is likely to happen, but actually I think this is the first study to really look at all of the available data for beef feedlot cattle to look at the relationship between AMU and AMR, which is not well characterized in general. So this has huge sort of consequences for dissemination of resistance into the wider environment, obviously, because this is to do with what AMR bacteria are in the feces that enters the wider environment. Next slide, please. Then another area that we do a lot of work in the lab at University of Exeter is this experimental evolution approach. So we take a complex microbial community, in this case from cattle feces, and we passage that for 7 days at different antibiotic concentrations. So we can look at the global response to antibiotics over a very wide range of concentrations from in-feed concentrations all the way down to basically zero, including those concentrations that we might find in the environment or in cattle feces that's excreted into the environment. And then we can use metagenomics or qPCR to look at the outcomes. So next slide, please. So this is really just showing that there's this relationship between the growth rate of resistant in red and susceptible in blue. Usually we're only thinking about resistance occurring in this red region, the traditional selective window. But actually, even below the MIC, we see selection for resistance, just because the resistant strains grow marginally faster than the susceptible strains. Next slide, please. So this figure here on the right, this is one of these evolution experiment data for monensin. So monensin is an in-feed antibiotic. You know, it's not used in the clinic, so we don't necessarily normally worry about it. But as you can see, actually that we see significant selection for a clinical class 1 integron, which is a genetic element which confers resistance to a wide range of antibiotics at about 1 microgram per mil. So this is 1,000 times less than the in-feed concentration. So this basically shows that, you know, the growth-promoting antibiotics, which are not clinically used, can exert a really broad selective pressure for clinically important resistance. Next slide, please. So in summary, you know, meta-analysis shows that there's big differences in the relationship between AMU and AMR for injectables and in-feed antibiotics. And we also have shown that even antibiotics like monensin confer a really strong selective pressure for antimicrobial resistance, and that can increase the evolvability of microbial communities because of the amplification of things like class 1 integrons. And the threshold at which we see that selection is very low, and it's similar to those levels that we detect in soils, let alone within the actual gut of the animals. So widespread selection for AMR across antibiotic classes is likely to occur in the animal gut. And if the same is true for monensin as for those other antibiotics we showed you in the meta-analysis, then this would be continual and you know, and long term. Okay, next slide, please. And this is just the large number of collaborators that have contributed to this project. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, William, for a very comprehensive overview. Thanks a lot, very interesting. Again, you can't be here, but we would like to share your contact details for people who want to know more about the ArMorR's project, if that's okay.
Great.
Thank you very much for your contribution today. Thanks a lot. The next speaker, again, is Edgar, and we allowed him to come back because he's got a second project that he's involved in, and he would like to explain what he's doing there.
Okay, actually the one that has two projects that is not here is Luca Guardabassi, because this project is also coordinated by Luca, but he cannot come, so he told me if I could do this, so there it is. In this one, we are looking at, and we are actually using some of the same farms, to be honest, to be more economic in the effort. We are looking more of what happens with all those interventions once we have a lower antimicrobial use in the farm, what happens in the environment and what happens to the people that are exposed to the animals in terms of antimicrobial resistance, okay? So these are the different objectives. So we have an intervention that we have worked with for a while, and it works very well, which is, I will call it all in, all out in an extreme sense, okay? So basically, we do the groups of the animals from the beginning in the farrowing house, and then we keep them as a group until the end. And it has shown to us that it works very well in terms of reducing the antimicrobial usage. So using that, we want to check how that affects the environment and how that affects the farm workers. And then there is also something that we wanted to test in the farm, but we couldn't develop it to that point, but you will see there with Emma Baxter, which is the machine learning tools to detect the animals that are under stress or that have some sort of problem with the health. So we are at an earlier stage here. I don't have results yet, but I will tell you what we are doing. And what we are doing is, as I say, we're doing the trials with the mixing and the remixing, and then using some techniques, social science, to do the biosecurity happen, to make the biosecurity happen in the farms. And then we have the machine learning tools here that I will show you too. So what we are doing at the moment with this thing that we don't mix the animals at all, we are working with Colombia and Ireland, so we have 4 and 4 farms. And we are testing the same in the 2 countries because this project is also for 3rd countries. And with this, what we will follow is what happens when we have the different treatments in the farm. So we will collect in the slurry and put it in the fields and see how it transfers into over time, 2 months is what we are expecting here, over time in terms of transmission of the antimicrobial resistance to the fields and the fields that are next to this one. So it's kind of following. Are we actually doing something in the environment by reducing the antimicrobial usage? I don't know. So we wanted to expand this to that point. And then in terms of biosecurity for humans, we have trained people in 10 farms. Some have the intervention, the biosecurity training, and some don't. And what we are going to be doing is to test the environment of the farm, test the pigs and groups with and without the use of the higher or lower use of antimicrobials, and then go to the farmer and to the people that are exposed to that farmer, so the household. So we're going to take 2 households per farmer with the idea that we follow the antimicrobial resistance in the sense of how it spreads through the person. Obviously, we assume that the finished product is safe, so we are not going there at all. How we do this with the humans is, maybe you know this already, so it's basically we tell them to take fecal samples. Thinking about the COVID, we thought that the nasal swab will be easier, but has a lot of legal requirements, so we decided to go. It's a pity because everybody could do that themselves, but we have, for legal requirements, we have to do feces because it's not invasive, so that's what we are doing. And then quickly, the machine learning part of the project, as I say, is a lot of technology, so we couldn't actually use it as an intervention in the farm just yet, but it's very interesting. And Emma Baxter and the guys in Bristol are driving this. So basically, you have a camera, and you see here the different images of the pigs. So they are following a full group of pigs, and then following the health and the welfare of those animals. And they hope that the artificial intelligence will be able to tell when the pig is approaching a problem. So hopefully at some point we can have that camera and classify the animals into high risk or low risk from the beginning, since they are born, and the sows and everything. And then we could treat the animals based on that. And that's it.
Thank you very much, Edgar, for a very nice presentation. And we move to the next one, which is by Stephanie from Zoetis, Stephanie Meyer. And yeah, you need this. And then hopefully when you press the button, it's already there. There you go.
Yeah, thank you so much. Yeah, pleasure to be here. Nice to meet everyone. And I'd like to start with a general remark, because if I'm allowed to very, very simplify those things, I'm done. Okay, I ignore that. So all efforts, all speeches, all the projects, initiatives we talked about actually come down to one simple task: just keep animals healthy. So easy like that, issue solved, we are done. of course, you know it's not easy like this, it's more complicated. And so for keeping animals healthy, we need more knowledge about basics, understanding more about animals' welfare, animals' performance, and that might require for a solution that has kind of holistic approach to see it as the whole thing, let's say, integrating all those projects we just talked about. And that's why I would like to introduce you to a new technical solution that is a modular platform that aims for this holistic approach by 24/7 monitoring and big data management, let's say. It's a modular system to make sure that all the different stakeholders of the pig production chain are included, as well as make all those different data from the different stages of a pig's life available to the system, allowing to leverage on all the insights and data available. Because, I mean, even the pig industry is a data-rich industry. The problem or the main issue by now is that no one actually aggregates data and leverages on data. And yeah, it works. So the basic functionalities is understanding growth by monitoring and understanding pigs' behavior by 24/7 monitoring. That should allow for data-driven decisions, generating actionable insights to improve pigs' health. And one part of the story, I mentioned this before, is understanding the growth of pigs. Growth as a key performance indicator for health, as well as behavior as an expression of welfare and health also. So understanding the growth pattern allows farmers to leverage on economic benefits that should act as kind of accelerator to motivate people to adopt technologies. This is definitely another part of the story. And for today, I've chosen just one example of this product functionalities. As we are talking about anti-infective reductions, we, I guess, would agree that prevention is better than treatment, and targeted treatment is the way to go if treatment is necessary. And this camera solution, this platform, allows to raise alert functions as soon as something is not normal anymore. We just heard about learning machine, and so cameras are able to tell what is normal within a pig group, even for individual animals. And if something changes and any kind of disorder, health affection could lead in a change of growth and or behavior, and that raise an alert, an alarm function that goes to the cell phone of the farmer. And by that alarm, they are made aware of just going into the barn, having a closer look. And this is the example I've chosen for today. It's about tail biting, a hot topic, yet unsolved issue for sure, and clearly a disorder that not only leads to losses and the need of antibiotic treatments, but as well causes high economic impacts to the farmer. And, sorry. And how is this going? So cameras do see more than a human eye could, and the software and data management tool behind aggregates more data and understands more data than the brightest human brain could. And by measuring the posture of the pig's tail, the camera can assess how many pigs are in good mood, let's say. There's always a percentage of pigs with a defined tail posture. This is what the camera learns by measuring many data points, many times of many pigs a day. And aggregating those data can tell people if something changes. And in this case, if too many pigs are getting red by having the tail posture in the wrong angle, raises an alarm saying something goes wrong. And this is again ahead of what a human eye can detect. Even if you could see the posture of the tail saying, oh yes, that's correct, or maybe that's not actually correct, we wouldn't be able to aggregate all the data percentage-wise of a pig group. And the camera does tell us 5 to 7 days ahead something's going wrong. Go and have a look, go into the barn and check it out and keep the terrorists out and just prevent the next tail biting event that's surely going to happen. And therefore we are in a position to, I think, say, okay, this is a good opportunity, not even for targeted treatments, but to prevent any severe outbreak in terms of tail biting. And I would like to just show you a video, not sure if that works, it doesn't. Does it? Okay, yeah, I'm sorry for that. I would love to have you shown just a few pictures, but anyway, it's gone. So yeah, can't highlight all the functionalities, but yeah, would be happy if someone might be interested to further discuss. Thank you.
Hello, testing. Yeah. The chicken is very strict, I'm afraid. Thanks very much, Steffi. I'm really interested in the video clip. Maybe we can see it during the break or something like that, and we can call it back up again. Thanks for presenting. Thanks for Zoetis being part of the Healthy Livestock team. The next presentation is by Marta Lores, and it's the Neo Giant project, isn't it?
Yeah. Yes, it is.
And you've got a mic. Now you just need.
Hello,
this.
Everyone here and at the other side of the screen. As said, my name is Marta Lores, and I am the coordinator of this project, Neo Giant, which is about the power of grape extracts. Nothing to do with the rest of things that we were talking about this morning. Is based on the antimicrobial and antioxidant properties to prevent the use of antibiotics in farmed animals. So, first of all, I have to say that we are at the end of the first year, to be honest, at the beginning of the second year. So we have right now some in vitro results, and the first in vivo studies will start hopefully next month, which is what we are doing. Neo Giant offers innovative solutions to overcome the challenge related to antimicrobial resistance, derived, as it was said the whole morning, from the misuse and the abuse of antibiotics in farm animal production, in feeding, in health, and in the reproduction areas, and in parallel to improve the waste management in the wine sector. The main objective is to develop and validate innovative formulations based on plant extracts with antimicrobial and antioxidant properties from the valorization of white grape marc. White wine making and red wine making has a small difference, but from our point of view, they are important enough to make the difference. So if anybody is interested to talk about this difference, we can do it in the lunch time. So from these plant extracts, we prepare formulations to be used in cattle, in swine, in poultry, and in farmed fish, aiming to reduce the dependence on the use of antibiotics in livestock and in aquaculture production. 1 year or 1 year and some months are time enough to realize that our project is really ambitious, because all the projects that we comment here today are about one group of animals, 2 groups of animals, but we have, as said, 4 groups of animals, but inside the farm fish, there are different commercial species. So we are starting to become crazy. This is the reality. So this summarizes the idea here. And sorry, yeah. Which is the laser? Sorry, which is the point? Yeah. Top one. Okay, okay. Now, okay. So from the white-gray mark, we get a multi-component ready-to-use bioactive extract that is going to be used as functional ingredient in different formulations, as said, in the feeding, in the health, and in the reproduction areas. These innovative solutions are based on the bioactivities of these gray mark extracts. Why? Because they are full of secondary metabolites of plants. In fact, we are using the phytoarms, the arsenal of chemical compounds that the plants prepare to defend themselves, in order to concentrate them and use them to prevent animal diseases. So these phytoarms are mainly polyphenols, not only, but mainly polyphenols. And then we are using a extraction process which is patented and which has a lot of, let's say, good features. From this scheme, we are preparing at least, or not at least, in the best situation, we will get 2 different potential products for these 3 lines and these 4 group of animals. And the study are based on animal health and welfare, of course, and the process is a low production cost. We are trying to reduce the environmental impacts, and we are also contributing to the circular economy because we are using a byproduct, a winery byproduct from the beginning. The production process is sustainable at 3 levels: environmental, economical, and social, because we use these agri-food byproducts as raw material, but also green technologies. Our process doesn't use harmful chemicals. It goes at ambient temperature, and it goes at atmospheric pressure, so the energetical efficiency is very good. It's also low cost and zero waste. We can talk about also, if somebody's interested, about this zero waste approach in the lunchtime. And the ingredients obtained are linked to antioxidant and health protective attributes. The target products are enhanced feed or feed additives for animal feeding, natural therapies or vegetal-based therapies for the treatment of important diseases in animal production, as mastitis in cows. We have already the first prototype for intramammary syringe. We are also preparing a formulation for exudative epidermitis in pigs, and also for treatment of enteric diseases in poultry and in aquaculture, in farm fish. And the third line is the sperm preservation. We are trying to substitute the traditional synthetic chemical preservatives using for conserve the sperm to be substituted by our extracts or by our formulation based on this extract. Neogiant follows the idea that prevention is better than cure. The natural extract activities will be exploited in a synergistic way as antioxidant, as an antimicrobial. And of course, both activities are not mutually excluding, because the better the health of the animal fed with this extract, the most resistant to the attack of unwanted microbials. At the end of the day, this strategy will have 2 advantages, which are to prevent diseases in a way, and to tackle antimicrobial disease, antimicrobial resistance, both in line with the One Health approach. 8 industrial partners, 10 research institutions and universities, and 2 non-profit organizations compose an equilibrated Neogiant consortium covering 8 European countries and one non-European country, which is Argentina. And well, I have no time for more. Just we have 2 posters, we have a stand, and 3 take-home ideas. We have already in vitro results. You can take a look to our deliverables in our Neogiant webpage. And of course, to be honest, I am just here for the pitch award.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Marta. Very comprehensive, very nice. Lots of applications. A lot of application of the product. So
we are working hard.
Thank you for coming here. The next one is by Gezondheidsdienst voor Dieren, Janine Wiegel. you're going to give us a presentation.
Yes.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you for the introduction. I wanted to introduce myself a little bit more. I'm a poultry veterinarian working at GD Animal Health. So I really like the chicken watching the time for me. We do animal health monitoring for the Netherlands. And based on that, we also have a lot of laboratory results from our own laboratory, and we do research. And now we wanted to do an additional research project on the value of the AMR monitoring that we do. That is what I wanted to show you here. So to present the setting a little bit more, in the Netherlands we have the data from the resistance monitoring in commensal and in indicator bacteria. That is presented in a Maran report every year. And we also have our own, at GD Animal Health, produced data from veterinary pathogens. There it is. Yeah, sorry. So the veterinary pathogenic bacteria, there we have bacteria from the veterinary setting isolated from diseased animals and not specifically for One Health purposes. Also the antibiotics that are tested are for the veterinary setting. Contrast to Maran report, which looks at the One Health perspective and also the antibiotics related to that. And the epidemiological cutoff values that are used, while we try to use clinical breakpoints. Well, I'll come back to that when they are available. So we wanted to examine the existing data that we have and the value of that. And that is why we had this project funded by ZonMW, which is a Dutch funding organization. It was a call from the joint program initiative that was introduced earlier this morning. And it was based on the reuse of data. So only the existing databases, our own database at GD Animal Health for several animal species, so for pigs, for poultry, and for veal calves, and also the database of Utrecht University for companion animals. So these are the results that we have from poultry. From E. coli bacteria isolated from diseased animals. We have a lot of background info on this, but we used to present them only like this, like the overviews. And now we could do an additional analysis also with the background data, whether they were treated before, from which age group the bacteria were isolated, but also disease processes, things like that. And you can see here a large list of antibiotic substances, and also including the mostly used in broilers in the Netherlands, like ampicillin as an indicator for amoxicillin, and also tetracycline as an indicator for doxycycline, for example. So if we look at the results, I only presented those from poultry here, but if you look at the DUI that is here, then you can also see the additional MIC distributions also of pigs and of veal calves and the companion animals. Just some general conclusions are that we lack a lot of clinical breakpoints. So we did use clinical breakpoints to interpret the data from the MIC distributions to resistance, to also help the veterinarians in their choice for a treatment option. But there's no consensus on which breakpoints to use. So there's a big challenge there. That's also why we presented the MIC distributions just like the slide before. You can use the actual data of the values or the MIC 90s and MIC 50s to interpret the data as well. If we look closer to the poultry data, we also did a multi-level analysis on that data that we have and the background data. And we saw, for example, that there was no farm effect. You should keep on checking the data for a farm effect and check for bias and correct if necessary, of course. But based on this data set from 2016 to 2019, we could not detect a farm effect for poultry. Previous treatment did have a significant effect on resistance levels for a number of antimicrobials, including the often used ones like amoxicillin and the tetracyclines. So you should exclude the results of previously treated animals. So it's really important to collect that data when you collect samples. We also saw an age effect for 3 antimicrobials, again, the ampicillin and the flumethrin, which is also one of the more often used antibiotics in broilers. And for spectinomycin, so you should consider the age of the birds in the treatment decision-making tree. Especially for when they are, in this case, 3 to 5 weeks old, you should base it on the antimicrobial susceptibility testing of the flock itself instead of these overviews. We use the same database also for another analysis to compare what I presented in the first slide, the MARAN versus the GD animal health data. So the commensal E. coli from broilers and the clinical isolates. We could not compare all the antibiotic substances that were tested, as we often use a different panel and also different dilutions. But for the majority, we saw that there was no difference in time, except for 2, the cefotaxime and the tetracyclines. You could see different resistance portions for the commensal and the clinical E. coli. So what we concluded was that the active monitoring was more suitable to detect time trends. So the active monitoring is what we do in the MARAN report based on the commensal isolates. And the passive monitoring that we do based on the clinical isolates is more suitable to detect low-level resistances like the cefotaxime resistance and colistin resistances. So both were shown to be of value, although there are differences. Well, and the concluding is that there is a need for guidelines also on clinical isolates, AST testing, and how to monitor resistance in those isolates, including the additional data which we had from the first project, like previously treated and age. Okay.
Thank you very much, Janine. Good presentation, very clear. Very clear, thanks very much. And you'll be around for lunch, of course. For any questions that there might be. Carlos, you're the man that stands in between us and lunch. So we're going to pay extra attention the next 7 minutes. You've got the thingy, and please go ahead.
Great. Thanks so much, Mr. Chairman. Well, the last one, we're going to present something that is a bit different. We're going to deal with biosecurity, which is an innovative digital system to understand better one of the components of biosecurity, in this case, the external one, aiming to avoid undesired visitors, not allowed visitors. It's something that we know well. The economic impact of many diseases is huge. Some of them have been quantified. It's opening and closing markets. We are very aware of this, and it's very related to antimicrobial resistance, avoiding the entry of the disease. Of course, things are going to be much easier later on. So we are facing a situation where risks are growing globally, either for endemic, epidemic diseases, OIE diseases. ASF is in the brain of every of us, but also the classical ones, pathogenic strains of PRRS or new influenza virus. But also we have old friends. We have swine dysentery, we have actino, we have mycoplasma, we have ileitis, we have influenza, we have many of them. And there's a nice, interesting recent research from Iowa State defining that 4 factors are mostly related to 94% of the outbreaks. And those factors are related, 3 out of 4 are related to visitors, to movements, to tracks, either from animals, feed, or others. So there is something to clearly focus to control that. Well, what's happened when registering a visitor in a farm? This is quite normal. You write something, you believe that or not, but if you want to track either on that farm or connecting some other farms, it's very difficult. And there's a lot of gaps in between. That is the reason that we have thinking about how can we improve this using technology, but also on practice. How does this work? We need to feed the system in a very straight way, easy way. Easy things works in farm. The first one is an app, big button app, let's say, because sometimes the farmers, even boomer farmers like me, we have big fingers, and we need to avoid to touch two keys at the same time. And they sign the same way that when you sorry, receive a parcel from UPS or whatever, you sign. And the second source of data is from the GPS of the trucks. Many companies have GPS on the trucks or the vehicles, but they use just for logistics, but no epidemiology, no health, or no other aspects related to what is interest of us. So we feed the system continuously. Secondly, we define the rules. These are the rules of my company. We need to avoid a downtime time of 1 day among farms, or 2 days if you're coming from the abattoir, or you go to the clean and disinfection site. You decide your own rules. So the system has data, and the system knows the rules. So the system is able to tell you real time, you're about to entry, or you're not allowed to entry. At that moment, what do we see? We see that just feeding the system with this and with those GPSs that are connected to the engine is not something that is working in your mobile phones, because we are very careful about privacy and data management. We are not beyond the line, so we respect that 100%. So we have the message at that moment, and it's something that what we see is that up to 50, when we start with the system, it's about 500 farms right now that we are working with. When we start with that, up to 50% of the visitors are not allowed, because I am here, I don't want to go back, well, you know me, this type of things. So we are doing many things. I'm just presenting one of the outputs, the first outputs about that. So we start working with this, using this, we call it biorisk, the system, feeding the system with these two sources of data. 49 centers. We include not only farms, because putting in abattoirs, clean and disinfection centers, feed mills, or others give biodiversity to the system, because it's not only the movements among farms. For instance, an abattoir could be of higher risk than a farm when being part of the system. What do we see? Well, it's interesting. This is on the right, you will say classical decomposition of a time series, but I know that you're not statisticians. I'm not a statistician also. The interesting thing of the summary of that is that it's an SPC, classical statistical process control. And what we see is that at the beginning, you will see at the left of the line, the implementation of the system and the percentage of not allowed visits. At the beginning, a big majority. And it takes 49 days, this is our best calculation right now, we will improve, 49 days to respect the rules. This is because biosecurity is not just a technical thing, including social aspects, psychological aspects, human aspects. And we, the humans, we not always do what we say, and we not always say what we do. And this is telling us about how to really implement that with a nice, significant effect, etc. So what we are doing right now, well, when you have data, everything changes. Because these are not subjective data. A survey is great if you have not something else, a great starting point. But if you have objective data, it's much better. What do we see sometimes? Because we use heat maps, like the football. In the football, you will see this, this player is in this area, this other. Sometimes we find these hot spots that are not close to farms. You know what they are in some cases? Early morning coffee. They stop together to have a cup of coffee and put in trucks. And you're not aware of that if you don't have evidence of that. Or we are going, also we can go one step beyond and use social network analytics, knowing a concept that for me is fascinating. I didn't know that exists super spreader farms. Farms that are contributing with 60, 70, or 80% of your total risk on the system. So working on that, you can improve working in who is asking for that, or working with the people that does not understand, or working with others that are asking for particular training and education. So this is what we do. A bunch of vets, me, I'm a vet, or I think still I am, I'm not sure. and some mathematicians and engineers and things that are putting the things together, and some people in Brazil that we're now trying to implement there. So thank you very much for your attention, and now we can go for lunch. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for bringing in this very important topic, this very important aspect, and for sticking to time. Thanks a lot. We're going for lunch, and it's a networking lunch, so take the opportunity. You can find it, go out the room, go down the stairs, and then it's next to the entrance on the right-hand side if you stand in front of the entrance. But before you go, there were several people here this morning who did their utmost best to, within 7 minutes of time, give a good pitch and an inspiring talk to you. So I just want to give a big hand to all the people that spoke this morning. Enjoy your lunch. Please be back at 2 o'clock. So in China, please be back at 9 o'clock in the evening if you still want to join us for the second part. Thank you. Have a good lunch.
still have the memory of your lips caressing my skin. A continuing pleasure that made me just want to dive in. I will never forget all the good times that you brought to me. Now our love is a shipwreck that's lost in the sea. Today, all our hopes for the future are lost in the sea. Sink or swim, now it's all up to me. You abandoned the boat and sailed away with somebody new. Now our love is a shipwreck that's lost in the sea. In the sea. In the sea. In the sea.
we appear in motion pictures? Or was that kiss misleading?
I don't think so.
Ja, ik wacht even op Jean-Charles. Okay, good evening again to our friends in China. Good afternoon to everyone here back in the room. Thank you for coming back after lunch. This morning you have heard a lot of pitches and it was all listening to you, and we thought after lunch we have to do something more active to keep you awake, because otherwise you will daze off a bit. And maybe for the people in China, they have just had their dinner, and also to get them again involved in our event, we thought we make it more active ingredient in the program. And we found that in the form of a round table discussion. So we have a very qualified panel on the table and online. We have 2 persons online and 5 persons here in the room. I will ask them a few questions. They can answer these questions. They can also react to each other's answers and statements. And then it's also up to you to ask questions or to make comments on what they have said. So if in the beginning you already hear something, keep it in your mind. There will be a moment that I will come back to you and ask you if you want to interact, if you want to make an intervention in this round table discussion. But first of all, I want to go to the people we have invited for the round table discussion and who are here. I'm not going to read all the very long biographies of all these qualified people, because that would already take most of the time we have for the roundtable discussion. So I will very briefly introduce them to you, and then they will have 1 minute to present their own organization and make a statement about their own organization, so that you have a better understanding where they come from and what they want to achieve. And then we will continue with the questions. If I start on this side, and then we have the ladies first. We have Claire Clarlies from Animal Health Europe. She's the communication director of the organization. And Animal Health Europe is the organization that represents all the producers of animal health medicines and diagnostics and treatments, etc. in Europe. But she will explain that also later on. The next person is Kat McLaughlin, if I pronounce it well. She is the chair of EPRUMA, the European Platform on the Responsible Use of Medicines in Animals, a very large platform with different stakeholders, and I think that's very unique to have them all together. Then here first is UQ from the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization. It was a pity that the presentation of your colleague this morning was interrupted, but you can come back to her conclusions and we can finish it later in this roundtable discussion. Then we have Joost van den Borne from the Schippersgroep. He is the director of R&D in the Schippersgroep, and this morning he already gave you a kind of a flavor of what the Schippersgroep is working on and how they want to help farmers to have better biosecurity on the farm and to avoid animal infectious diseases. Jean-Charles Cavit, I don't think he needs further introduction. Most of you will know him. He's a veterinarian. He has a degree from, now I forgot it. In France, anyway, for Maison Enfant in Paris. And he is a research policy officer at the European Commission in DG Agri, as he explained to you this morning. The next one is Rens van Dobbenburg. He is the president of the Federation of Veterinarians of Europe. The federation represents the veterinary profession throughout Europe, so not only the EU, but also outside the EU. And last but not least is Adam Drosio from Copa Cogeca, the European Farmers Organization. And maybe I should also introduce myself a bit. My name is Jan Vaarten. I'm also a veterinarian and I used to be the director of FEE. I'm retired, but I'm still involved in some projects like Healthy Livestock, Avant, and some others. That as a start. So then I would now like to go to the first short statement from you for 1 minute, and I will keep an eye on the clock to make a brief statement on what your organization stands for and how they contribute to tackling antimicrobial resistance in Europe. And I would like to keep the same order, so I come back to you, Claire, and I would like to give the floor to you first.
Thank you, Jan. So just firstly about Animal Health Europe. So as you mentioned, we're the manufacturers and producers of animal health products in Europe. So we represent 12 company members and 16 national associations in 19 countries in Europe. And as you say, we are focused on One Health. We're focused on sustainability. We focus on innovations in animal health that are helping to address AMR. So that's really our main priorities for the animal health industry at the moment, supporting farmers and veterinarians with the tools to reduce the need to use antimicrobials by preventing disease in the first place. Thank you.
Thank you. Next to Kat from European Platform Responsible Use of Medicines in Animals.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the invite to come here as well today. It's been a really interesting morning. So I chair APRUMA, which is the European platform for the responsible use of medicines in animals. And that's a multi-stakeholder platform working at the European level since 2005 to develop and promote best practice frameworks for the responsible use of veterinary medicines. All of this we do to ensure better prevention and control of animal diseases. Those principles get tailored specifically to national actions, and we represent activities in the domain taken by vets, farmers and agri-cooperatives, manufacturers of animal diseases and diagnostics, feed manufacturers, and professionals working in animal health, sanitary security, and sustainable agriculture. We also work with EU institutions, national responsible use platforms, food processing industry partners and retailers, all to promote messages. Thank you.
Thank you very much. You?
Thank you. I'm from FAO, the Food and Agriculture Organization. This is the UN agency. And FAO has a global presence in many countries of the world. We have the country offices mainly in the low and middle income countries. And we also have the regional office in almost all the continents. And the headquarters is in Rome. And the FAO has a mandate that we are going to eliminate hunger to provide people in the world with better food, better nutrition, and also safer food. So the FAO is working towards more sustainable agricultural production through all our workforce at the global level and also regional and country offices. About AMR and AMU at the global level, FAO is in close collaboration with World Health Organization, WHO, World Organization for Animal Health, WHA, and formerly OIE, and also the United Nations Environment Program, UNEP. Together, we are tripartite organizations, and we are working closely with the Global Leaders Group on AMR and AMU, together to develop the global policies on AMR and AMU. And at the implementation level, FAO through regional and country offices, we are directly providing trainings, coachings, capacity building activities to farms, to veterinarians, and also to other agricultural health providers to work towards less reduced antimicrobial use in the food and agriculture sector and a more sustainable agricultural development.
Thank you very much. Joost?
Yes, the Schippers Group I already introduced a bit this morning, but it's a company based with its headquarters in the Netherlands, aiming to develop products to reduce the use of antibiotics.
Recording in progress.
Having offices in 14 different countries, all over the world, and well, we seek active collaboration with partners, with academia, to be able to tackle these challenges.
Thank you.
So I introduced myself this morning and our activities in general. I work in the European Commission. You know, the European Union is basically an intergovernmental organization. And in the Commission, it's one among other institutions. The Commission is, let's say, promoting legislation, proposing legislation that other institutions together with the Commission agree on. And we are in charge also of monitoring the implementation of this legislation. That's one aspect, the regulatory framework. Then we are also developing policies, so a political steer of what is happening in the EU. We also support financially a number of activities. And this is what we do now. If I look at what we do in the Commission and in DG Agriculture, where I work, we have two parts, which is, well, more than two, but at least the Common Agricultural Policy, and with the Farm to Fork Strategy and the Common Agricultural Policy and other policies, we help into, or we kind of impose to some extent, a transition towards more sustainable agriculture. And we have some activities that are directly linked to AMR and the fight against AMR and AMUs, reduction of AMUs. And in that DG, we also have a section, a unit dealing with research and innovation, where I work, where we are funding transnational research projects like the ones that were presented this morning, and that's it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jan, and thank you for the invitation and introduction. Over 300,000 veterinarians, members of veterinary statutory bodies and associations across Europe, represented by the Federation of Veterinarians of Europe, feel part of the solutions to enhance animal health and welfare in order to reduce the need to use antimicrobials in animals. As is the case in the Healthy Livestock Initiative, we see the basic principle is prevention. Prevention is better than cure, which was invented by the Commission some years ago. And we demonstrated in the EU that it works. By improving animal health and animal welfare, we decreased the antibiotic consumption in 25 European countries since 2011 already with almost 50%. FV especially welcomes the compulsory animal health visits as required by recent European legislation. Each holder of animals must invite his or her veterinarian to visit the holding on a regular basis. Focus on these veterinary visits is to improve animal health, such as by establishing and maintaining excellent biosecurity measures. Can we do better than this? We think so. At this moment, European legislation regarding animal welfare is designed. FE strongly promotes to include also animal welfare checks as an integral part of the compulsory animal health visits. The text proposal is awaited for end of 2023. Thank you.
Adam, there.
Thank you for your invitation. I have a pleasure to represent COPA and COGECA. This is two organizations. When the COPA represent 23 million of producers, and COGECA represents 22,000 of cooperatives. And COPA COGECA is involved in creation of the regulation at EU level. And as researchers, farmers are very hard workers. And farmers really don't want to use antibiotics if they will not have to. Because when the farmer have healthy animals, they are not using antibiotics and they are not taking the cost of the animal production. And when we save the farmers use the antibiotics for saving the health and life of animals and also saving their profit. And if a farmer will save the profit without antibiotics, they will do it. And the situation in livestock production making in front of us a lot of challenges which we have to take together, farmers and researchers, because the regulations of animal health and welfare have to be based on scientific and practical basis. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So as you have seen, we have a very broad range of people from different backgrounds. We have the end users of antimicrobials, farmers and veterinarians. We have the producers of antimicrobials. We have the platform on responsible use. We have the European Commission, who is in the EU the initiator of new legislation and who is also the sponsor of a lot of research. We have at the global level United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization that works together with the World Organization of Animal Health and the WHO and the United Nations Environmental Platform. And we have another company that works also on animal health and biosecurity. And then I don't even speak about all the expertise we have here among you, because also you are in fact part of this round table. So I would like now to continue with the questions I have prepared, and I hope to have very interesting responses from you. So keep in mind, if you want to react on these responses or on these statements, save them and I come back to you in a later stage and then we can have a more interactive discussion, I hope. So I would like to start with you, Rens. In FEE, I think it's about 15 years ago that in FEE one started with looking at at One Health and all kinds of One Health issues that we put on the agenda. A few years later, ArMoR became on the agenda, and in the meantime, a lot has been achieved. As you already mentioned in your introduction, the volume of antimicrobials used in animals, in livestock and in all animals has gone down with a big percentage. When you look back over this period of time, what do you think is the most important achievement? And also, because it's nice to celebrate your achievements, but we are not there yet. As John Charles already said this morning, we have achieved 1/3 of the whole way we want to go. If we look forward, what do you think is the most important bottleneck we have to pass?
Thank you for that question. I can talk already a day on one of these points, I think.
No. The point is that you have to be brief and to the point.
Okay, great. Well, the first achievement, top one, is the decrease of 50%. I'm very proud on that. This has been achieved by the efforts of a lot of farmers, vets, and more disciplines. That's one. Besides of that, the One Health principles are more and more widely recognized. There's even in DG Sante, in the Commission, there's a special unit for it. And all EU countries need to have action plans fighting ArMoR based on One Health. This is something to be proud on. But of course, there's also bottlenecks. One bottleneck is that while the EU is decreasing in consumption, veterinary consumption of antimicrobials, outside Europe, rest of the world, well, on average, is increasing, and there's much more to come. So, and of course, ArMoR does not respect borders, and EU is not an island. So we have to maybe consider that today it's to a lesser extent a problem, the different speeds between countries within the EU compared with the situation of the EU compared with the rest of the world. So we have to address this and keep it on the global agenda. And then another bottleneck, of course, is we all know about the human part of ArMoR, and we also know that most of this human ArMoR, so to call, it's not totally correct to mention it like that, but you understand what it means, is mostly related to the use of antimicrobials in humans and not in animals. And it has been estimated that the contribution, that the part in human ArMoR which is contributed by animal ArMoR is about 10%, not more than that. So we also should address the human side and take measures there. And then we have to take into consideration the environment.
Thank you very much. That brings me to you. Rens was speaking about fighting antimicrobial resistance at the global level. Also fighting antimicrobial resistance not isolated in the animal health field, but together with the public health feed in the One Health approach, and you have the connection with the World Health Organization and with the Environmental Program of the United Nations. The question is, if we look at all the research that was presented this morning, how do we get that in the best way to the places or the countries that most need it? In the presentation of your colleague, there was it was a lot of bottom-up initiatives, and that's very good, but we also have, let's say, a treasure of a wealth of research data here. How do we get them there?
Thank you very much. Thank you very much for the question, Yang. So I would like to answer this from the perspective of one of the global campaigns that FAO is preparing to launch later this year. The acronym is RhinoFarm, sorry, another acronym. And for more details, you could see the poster that I brought from Rome, which is displayed in the restaurant downstairs. So about the RhinoFarm, this will be one of the action group under the ArMoR partnership platform, which my colleague Nelia was presenting this morning. Unfortunately, because of the internet disruption, she couldn't finish her presentation. So the RhinoFarm will be one of the action groups, and the main objective is to reduce the global level antimicrobial use in the food and agriculture sector by 30 to 50% in 10 years time period. So this is very much in line with the Muscat manifesto, which was launched last year. In Oman, the global minister level meeting on ArMoR in November of last year. And our objective is to enroll maybe more than 100 countries to this global campaign, and really to promote the good farm production practices and to reduce the use of antimicrobials in the farm level production. So under the RhinoFarm, we will have the technical advisory committee, which will be scientists on different subjects, for example, like biosecurity, good farm husbandry, and also, for example, like enhanced animal welfare, early detection, vaccination program, and also precise medication. So all those topics were covered very well this morning from different scientific research groups. And it's our objective to enhance the collaboration with the scientific community on this aspect, and to have some research leaders to be enrolled in the RhinoFarm technical advisory group. So we work together and using the partnership platform as a platform to foster our collaboration. And eventually we will try to bring those scientific expertise to the low and middle income countries to really help them to translate the scientific knowledge into the real action at the field level. For example, like this year, we are going to have 3 pilot projects under the RhinoFarm to reduce the use of antimicrobials in the agri-food production. 3 pilot countries, Indonesia, Uganda, and Nigeria. It's a 1-year program, and we are trying to have some scientific collaborations with some research groups in Europe that really help us to design the project and really to showcase to those countries that with some simple interventions, cheap interventions, they can already achieve antimicrobial reduction in a short time period. So this is the example that I would like to share now. And eventually for the technical advisory committee under the RhinoFarm, they will be able to support FAO and also our international collaborators to provide tailored scientific advice. For example, like the farm production level in Asia and in Africa may be not in the same pattern as in Europe. There are many different types of production level. So we really need some tailored approach that probably be more innovative and also adapted to the local socio-economic environment. So for that, we have a big hope and a reliance on the future technical advisory committee.
Okay, thank you. I think we can come back on that issue later if we still have time. We are speaking about bringing new innovations and new knowledge to different countries all over the world. But it's not only to different countries, it's also how do we get them on the farms, also here in Europe. And one of the projects that was discussed this morning about dissemination of new information is this arm. And my question then goes to Adam. Your organization was also involved in the design project about how to communicate, how to reach farmers with the new results. What do you think is most important for the researchers that are present here? What would you advise them? What would you recommend them so that they best help farmers in achieving their goals, so that the message arrives where it should arrive?
Thank you for the very important question. Very important to monitor the ArMoR across the Europe is to have the reliable and comparable data of the situation in every member state across the Europe. Because if we not have the kind of data, we cannot make the analysis and take the evaluation of the situation. And I think we have a lot of achievement during that time, because we have a lot of initiatives going on European countries, and researchers and farmers have to work together to find a solution to fix out. For instance, we have proposition for changing the animal welfare and health standards, where animals should have access to the pasture, to the going outside the buildings, and we also have to have the biosecurity standards and health standards. And
the question is about how we communicate to the farmers, and
okay,
I would like, because we have not that much time, so if we are going to explain the whole policy, we are not going to end today. So please.
Yeah, I will read this sentence. Farmers doesn't have enough knowledge about the antibiotics and diseases, and farmers trust a lot veterinarians, and this is the bridge to implement the result of researchers. Because if farmers see that the methods and technologies are working, they solving the problem with ArMoR or disease without antibiotics, they will do it, because only healthy, well-fed animals are profitable for the farmers. And when they save the health and life of animals, they save also they profit, and they can live from the farming for livestock production. Thank you.
Thank you. One of the organizations that is involved in communication between different stakeholders, including farmers, is EP Ruma. And from EP Ruma, we have the chair here online in our meeting. Kat, you have brought together in your organization different stakeholders, different organizations who are all involved in the platform on responsible use of medicines, who all have a role to play. But when I looked at the website, I saw there are also a few important players not there. And these are the retailers and the consumers. And I think it's very important that we also involve this group of people in the discussion. What is your view on that?
Well, yes, it is a really important question. And ArMoR does bring together a very strong group who represent the whole chain from farm to fork. And you're right, at the moment, we don't have any retailers or consumers. But I think we have to separate those two groups out and consider very carefully their information needs and spheres of work and influence. Some of the national platforms involved in ArMoR do have retailers represented in their memberships, and they do bring a very helpful view of post-farm gate knowledge. Those retailers help to forecast market and supply chain issues, which provide a future-proofing element to those platforms' positions. Consumers, however, have a very different need. And I'm honest, I have to be convinced yet that their inclusion in ArMoR would be useful for all parties. As a consumer, I want to feel confident that the food I buy and consume is safe and of a high quality. I don't necessarily need to know the in-depth production issues. I just need to know that those people responsible for producing that food are doing the right things. So for me, simple and transparent communications will reassure me of that. And I think these are two of the very clear things that we need to think about is, kind of have people on this as a stakeholder on ArMoR because of the right reasons, not just because they're an important group. Does that answer your question?
Yes, sure. Thank you. It's a very clear question. Thank you so much. Speaking about this topic and about the importance of communication and having clear answers to the questions that consumers have and that other people have, I was wondering, and that's a question to Jean-Charles, if we look further research on antimicrobial use, antimicrobial resistance for the future, where do you think should the focus be? Should it be on new technology developments, new science, or should it be on how do we get this science into the heads, into the minds of the users of antimicrobials, and how do we also get a better understanding with consumers? Is it about communication, for example? Is it about education? Is it about, well, whatever? What do you think? Where should we focus on?
Question, do I have to make a choice really? Because my answer would be we need all, we need both. And I think we need to see there which priorities we can put. But our driver for us, our objective is to reach this target of minus 50%. And we are 1/3 to it, so we still need to go on. And it's in 7 years. And you know the duration. When you want to develop new technologies, new products, 7 years is short. It's never new. So we need to see what we can do now and go on. So I would say the short term is one thing, and what we know, the knowledge we have acquired with all these projects in the past, the ongoing one and the one starting, we should try and disseminate this. To disseminate this, we have to have products from the researchers that are nearly ready to use, I would say. It's a bit simplistic what I say now, but something like this, that it can be disseminated and used more usefully. You know, probably some of you or most of you know that we have also in the EU projects that we have started, and increasingly, we have a multi-actor approach where we want to have in projects actors like the people here around the table, from veterinarians, from farming community, etc., part of those projects so that they can influence the design, but they can take up more easily the results. So I think it's important. From this point of view, I'm so glad that there is this ArMoR cluster of projects, and I hope that this can help into disseminating, communicating better, because this will help, hopefully, with the new tools, new knowledge, to facilitate on the short term. Now, I would say we still also need to have a medium to long-term approach, because even if we reach the target by 2030, we need to maintain this. We need even maybe to further increase. And we will need, for instance, new vaccines. Improved vaccines or new vaccines where we don't have them, and they could contribute largely. Another thing is, by fighting AMR, we control disease in ways other than by using antimicrobials. To a large extent. And I think this is contributing to animal health control and disease prevention and disease control. And I think this is an important issue as well. And to say that we have spent, I think, quite a significant amount of money at EU level for projects contributing to AMR, but it's nothing compared to what is spent in the medical sector, in EU research even, I would say. So I think there are ways, and we will still, as much as possible, with the budget we have. I tried to convince a member of the European Parliament that if they want us to do more on livestock and AMR, we should have more money. It was at the time of preparing Horizon Europe. Well, it didn't work, but we still have a significant budget, but we have to cover many species, many sectors, etc., so it's very difficult.
But that makes us even more proud on what you showed, of what you told this morning, that if we compare the public health sector and the animal health sector, in public health sector the use is more stable, and in the animal health sector it is going down.
It's improving faster, apparently. I hope
you
it goes on in a nice way for the veterinary sector, and it's improving in the medical sector.
You have value for money here. About communication and about having products ready for the market. Of course, that brings me to Claire of Animal Health Europe. I think it's one of the biggest drivers also in your organization. How can we help our clients? How can we help veterinarians? How can we help animal keepers with keeping their animals healthy? And in case they would become sick, how can we best treat them? And thinking about all these things, I was also looking on your website, and as you said in your introduction, you have a focus on One Health, innovation and sustainability. And you say about sustainability, by making a wide range of tools available, we can support more efficient agriculture practices. But do you think that always goes hand in hand, sustainability and being more efficient? And are these two compatible, you think?
Thank you, Jan. I find it's a very interesting question as a communications person, because often I get the impression that many people see the word efficiency as a kind of negative concept, when actually it's not negative at all. And certainly in the realms of sustainability, many link it only to economic sustainability for the farmer, of the savings that he can make or she can make, also in terms of time. But I think there are many efficiencies that can be achieved by applying these modern day animal health tools and technologies alongside some of the precision nutrition tools as well. And some examples of that would be, obviously, by preventing illness, there's a reduced need for treatments, a reduced need for antibiotics. This also means an improved state of animal welfare on the farms. So these are responding to some societal concerns within sustainability. Also, healthier animals can mean a more precise use, a more monitored use of natural resources such as feed and water. And these can produce more. Today in Europe, we're producing more fish, meat, milk and eggs at affordable prices with less natural resource use. We've learned from the FAO that well-managed animals, when the health is well managed and other elements within the livestock production chain, this can mean a 30% decrease in emissions as well. So that's also a positive for the environmental impact of sustainability. Also, healthier animals mean less food losses directly at the farm level. This also means, of course, the steady income for the farmer, but it also means a secure supply of safe and, again, affordable food for the people in Europe. So I think there are many efficiencies which are delivering on all three levels of sustainability together.
Thank you so much for explaining that. From helping farmers and for being efficient, I would like to come to Joost. You impressed us this morning with what your company is doing with high care, how you help farmers, how you bring systems on the market to monitor and to improve the health status of the farms. And I saw that the Schippers Group said, we believe in a world without antimicrobial resistance. And then I thought, well, that's a nice dream, but is that realistic? And I would think, I think Jean-Charles already touched upon that. What is important is maybe not completely be without antimicrobial resistance, because that would mean that we don't use antimicrobials anymore. But the important thing is, I think, keeping effective antimicrobials available and accessible for people and animals in need. Can I have your opinion there?
Yeah, I fully agree. I think that's quite a bold statement, because it's not realistic. It's a natural phenomenon, of course, antimicrobial resistance that will always occur. On the other hand, it's also sometimes maybe typical for a company to make a bold statement, also because it stimulates a kind of dynamics and creativity. If I compare it, for example, to our youngest son, he says he wants to be Messi or Ronaldo. I don't think it's realistic, but it motivates him a lot to go to the trainings for football, and it motivates him a lot to perform in some way. And that's exactly, I think, some of the challenges of having an aim, maybe a moonshot aim, far away, which may not even be realistic, to get some movements going.
That's I think something to which is important, and which is for companies like ours. We are only a relatively small company, but it will be for more companies. Why it's so important that initiatives like we are together today, with multiple projects at multiple levels, with so many stakeholders, are key and are also essential for companies to get connected and to be able to contribute to the larger picture.
Thank you. We are already almost out of our time, but since I'm chairing this part myself, I give myself a bit more time, because I promised you to give you the opportunity also to react on what you have heard, or to ask questions if you want. Yes. Is there a microphone? Yep. And please say who you are, who you represent, and to whom your question is addressed.
Great. I'm Carlos Piñeiro.
And keep it short.
Yeah, of course. I'm working for Pixamp Europe. I'm the CEO of a consultancy company. And it's good to see, because we're involved in this type of projects, either from involving institutions and public companies. There's a good number of projects in the European Union in the last decade to improve health, welfare, good practices. In general, this is not known by the citizens. On the other side, there's a good number of NGOs that normally generate information based on emotions, not in science. And this is generating a huge pressure over the vets and on some farmers, because they perceive us sometimes as that we are not doing things as they expect, when normally is the opposite. And the proof is the number of projects that we have. So my question is quite concrete, based on this, and it's mostly to any one of you, but mostly to the institutions, the Commission, the Copa-Cogeca, and the Federation. Which are the actions in progress, if any, to support the good work of the vets and the companies and the farmers to protect from this huge pressure from NGOs that is generating, in many cases, a very complicated situation about how farming is really done in Europe. So, in fact, we need the protection of the institutions. So I would like to know what is going on and what is expected to do about this important topic on the perception of the citizens about this activity.
Thank you very much. 3 short answers to a very interesting question. Yes, please.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for that question. It's a very important question. It's about our license to practice, not only for farmers, but also veterinarians. And we know that a part of the general public, but only a part of the general public, thinks we are misusing, mostly overusing antimicrobials in animals from conception to slaughter, which is not true, of course. And I think the only thing we can do is repeating and explaining, either from his own place, from his own country, from his own organization. And still then, I'm not a communication expert as Claire is, but I'm sure this is the only thing we can do as professionals working in agriculture, showing how good we do and keeping or earning back in some places our license to practice and to produce. It doesn't solve everything, I know.
Adam?
Yes, thank you for the very, very important question. We have seen that kind of activities and some initiatives, and Copa-Cogeca is involved in some groups on European Commission level, animal welfare platform, in subgroups of live animal transport, calves and dairy cows, ruminants, and pigs and poultry subgroups, where we are exchanging the scientific and practical evidence that we are doing right, and we are producing on highly level of animal welfare and health with cooperation with veterinarians. And I think we have to be more active with the European Commission to bring to the European Commission more scientific evidence to show that we are doing well and we are taking care of animal health and welfare. And I think we should take the tools from to solve the problems of ArMoR from out of the box, because the ArMoR is not just on excuse me, it's not just starting on farm, it's beginning in the soil and ends on the plate of the consumer. Thank you.
Jean-Charles, you want to react?
I can add a few words. I would say probably we are not good at promoting enough the progress we do. Maybe we start from a situation that is maybe not so good, but we have progress that we can acknowledge, and maybe this is not done enough by the Commission, but also other actors maybe. I think this decrease that I mentioned this morning and is in the reports is maybe not advertised enough. We're not there yet, but progress is being done, and very significant one. So I think we could do this. But it's also clear that the livestock sector doesn't have a very good image. If it's not ArMoR, it's something else. and that will be difficult to fight, other than by showing that we are taking action. It would be better if we would be proactive rather than reactive and defensive. But the situation is as it is now. So at least we should promote all the efforts that we are doing. The Commission is taking political steps. I mean, the revision of the animal welfare legislation, the farm-to-fork strategy, etc., has been communicated. Usually the media are more interested in bad news than good news. So I don't know if promoting a decrease by 43% since 2011 would attract a lot of media, but at least we should probably do more on this domain.
Thank you. Other questions? If not directly, I have one more. One word I didn't hear in the discussions this morning is good stockmanship. And I think that is a very important thing in managing a farm, in having healthy animals, in providing good conditions for animal welfare, in encouraging your biosecurity situation. Why is that also something that we are good but we don't tell it? Or is there another reason why we don't speak about it? Who wants to react? Yes, Adam?
As we know, I don't know, can you hear?
Yeah.
Yeah. As we know, we are in European countries on farm level on the highest level of animal welfare standards on the world. And we are producing with very, very, very close to the nature. And I think about this we have to communicate. We have to teach our consumers how we are doing and in which way we are doing. Because when we ask children from the cities, from where is milk, from the shop or from the carton, not from the cow, not from the goat, from the shop. When we have milk from the shop, why we need a milk? Why we need a cow? The same if we ask consumer, would you like to eat steak? Yes, of course, it's very tasty and very healthy. But do we need cows or cattle, beef cattle, for taking the steak from them? No, because the steak is from the shop. We have to educate our consumer. We have to make the clear communication to the consumer what we are doing and in which way. And we are doing with proper way using natural rules to raise the animals in highest animal welfare standard, because we on farm we have higher animal welfare standard like in nature is, because we farmers take care of animals from the fear, from the thirsty, from the hungry. On nature, animals have to take care about themselves. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Rens, you want to add something?
Excellent stockmanship is crucial.
Okay, thank you. Klaar, you want to? Yes?
Yes, please. Thank you, Jan. Thank you. I just wanted to add one thing because I think those two questions are actually linked. And the point is, we are at least, the livestock value chain is at least a decade behind all of the NGOs who are telling our story for us. That's the problem here. So we need to be more vocal. We need to get the farmers to tell their stories, to share their stories, to show the reality of what is actually happening on farms, the good husbandry practices that are going on. Because if we don't tell it, someone else is going to fill the void and tell a more perhaps either untrue story, an imbalanced story, or just an incorrect story entirely. So I think the issue is that we need to get out there as a whole, as a group, as people who are researching, showing what the research that they're doing and what impact that's having. I think that's what we need to do more to really improve the sort of image of the sector as a whole and really get across the true picture of what's happening in livestock farming in Europe.
I think a very, very good point, a very strong point. And since we have already gone over time, I would like to use this very good statement as the final statement of this round table. I thank you all very much for your contributions, and I thank you for your attention and the people online as well. And I hope this, I'm sure this discussion will also contribute to the next step towards the final goal, having effective and safe antimicrobials available for those who need them. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. Well, everybody's cleaning up now because we're going to continue the program with a few pitches again. We have 5 pitches on the road to go. But before it's that far, we have to clean the room a little bit. So if everybody could stand up for a minute. Can you all stand up? Stand up. Thank you. Now put your hands in the air. Now bow forward. Try to touch your knees. If you're very proud, your toes. Thank you very much. You can sit now. So we did all the exercise we needed to do, which is always good. Okay, I'm Bas Kemp. I'm professor of adaptation physiology at the Wageningen University here in the Netherlands, and it's my pleasure to chair this number of pitches that we get. And I'm very lucky because I'm the one who can give the first pitch. The pitch is actually has to be done by my colleague, but she's not able to come, so I'm going to give that presentation, and I hope we can get it on the screen. Yes, it's this one. Thank you very much. Yes, can you put it on? Thank you. The heat is on. So I have 6 minutes to deliver this pitch, so I'll take my time. It's done by, it's a pitch of Roos Molenaar, who is a co-worker of me at Wageningen University. And it's about what we actually did in this study is comparing 3 different hatching systems, and we studied the effects on chick quality and disease resilience. And yes, that's the one I was studying. Thank you. So what we actually did was we looked at 3 peri-hatching environments, and one goal was to look at chicken health and welfare and performance. So we did one study in that respect, and a second study in which we wanted to know whether the animals that were having a certain peri-hatching environment were more resilient against pathogens. And for that we tested not a real pathogen, but we used an attenuated vaccine of IB to test and to see whether these animals were more resilient when they were exposed to that disease. So I'll come to that in a minute. Three systems we compared. The comparing systems were this is the classical system in which chickens are kept in a hatchery. They get out of the hatchery, they're born, they're refrained from food and water, but transported to the farm, and that's when they get their first feed and water. And this means that they're normally refrained for, it depends a bit on transport conditions, on the moment that they come out of the egg before they are pulled from the incubator, but it's about 30 to 72 hours that they get their first food and water. The other system that we compared it with is a system in which animals are kept and fed in the hatchery. So this is a system in which they are given food and water immediately after they come out of the egg, and they are provided with food and water. And the third system is a system in which you don't even transport the animals, but the eggs are transported to the farm. It's called an extract system, and there are different names for it. And the idea about this system is that the animals are actually hatching at the farm itself and again have immediate food and water. So these were the three systems that we actually compared. And what you could see is that the two systems in which you have immediate availability of food and water, so the two alternative systems, you could say, are providing better, higher body weights of these animals and less food pot dermatitis in these animals. So these are positive effects of the fact that you provide food and water immediately after they come out of the egg. But there were also some negative effects, and that was that you saw some more wooden breast and white strapping, and this is typically correlated with high growth performance, and it could be that the better growth performance in this case, in this study, actually had as a result that we had more wooden breast and white striping in these animals. It's not something you always find in studies that are doing like this. You always almost find the positive effects on body weight and development of the animals, so the growth performance is generally improved, but the effects on wooden breast are not always found, and meat quality. The other thing we did was we looked at vaccine responses after a Newcastle disease vaccination and after an infectious bronchitis vaccine at day 28, and we found no differences actually in the titers, so no differences in the responses. We also found no differences in other resilience indicators that we measured. We measured, for instance, expression of genes related to epithelial integrity and inflammation after the vaccination of IB, and we found no differences. So in our hand, in this study, we couldn't find any indications that resilience of these animals was actually changed as compared to when they are challenged to a vaccine. So the conclusion of this whole story for us is that we say, okay, you can improve performance of these animals in some way. There is a risk of that you get wooden breast kind of syndromes if they grow too fast. And there were no indications, at least in this study, that we were actually affecting the resilience of these animals against diseases. And that's it. Thank you very much. Still on time? There's room for a question, but we're not allowing questions. Oh, you're doing good, Hans. Next presentation is by Arti, and Arti is going to give a presentation. You have the microphone already switched on, but you need that thing, eh? Here you go. Here you go.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Arti from Ghent University. I'm a PhD student, and I'm currently working on the NetPool Safe project. It's a European networking project, and our main focus is on working towards better biosecurity compliance in poultry industry. So for the project, my work was to build a tool. It's a quantification tool that allows to measure biosecurity status in poultry farms. So you may be wondering why I'm talking more about biosecurity tool here. It's because biosecurity is one of the most basic and one of the most important strategies to reduce antimicrobial usage. So you improve biosecurity, you minimize the exposure of animals to pathogens, you protect them, and with healthier animals, the need for antimicrobials is lesser. But how do you know if the compliance is good or bad? So to benchmark farms, you need quantification, you need to measure it, and by way of measuring, you're able to identify the poor compliance areas within a farm and help the farmer to improvise the overall status. Biosecurity works on two principles. It's very, I mean, everyone will know this. One is to prevent the entry of pathogens inside the farm from the outside, which is bio-exclusion. And the other one is biocontainment, where you prevent cross-contamination of pathogens within the farm. And the tool that we developed for the project was built based on these two principles, and that's why you have the two main components, external and internal biosecurity. And within these two components, you have many subcategories or subcomponents, like infrastructure, feed management, cleaning and disinfection, carcass disposal, and so on. To give a very brief overview of how the scoring system works, within each of these subcategories, you have several measures. Measures are nothing but the questions that we included in the questionnaire, and each of this question will describe more about the important aspects of biosecurity. And we know that not all routes of transmission are equally important in bringing out a disease. So what we did was we prioritized the questions, and we gave a weight factor for each of the questions. So you can see in the second column here, the 15, 16, 14, 15. So these are the weight factors that we gave for the questions, and this was done using an expert panel. So each question also has 3 different answer options, which will be best, intermediate, and worst. And based on the answer that was given by the farmer, or based on the observations that we did on the farm, the final score will be a weighted score rather than just 1 or 0. So the scoring system will help you measure biosecurity. It will help to benchmark the farm and compare the farm score with the national or the world average, and will help you to make an intervention plan that is specific to the farm that was tested. On the BioCheck UGent website, you have a tool that is specific for each species, and it's also specific for indoor and free-range poultry. You have it in a number of languages, both European and Asian language, giving it a more worldwide scope for usage. At the end of completing the questionnaire and filling the online version of the same, you have this report that is generated. You have your farm score against the world average and the country average. So country average appears only if more than 40 farms are filled in a certain country. And the red indicates that these are the areas that have performed poorly, and that gives you more scope for improvement. The same report is also represented graphically, and the alphabets A, B, C, D that is shown in the graph is coinciding with the alphabets of the subcategories, and the bigger blue areas show the better biosecurity compliance. So in the framework of Project Netbook Safe, what we did was we tested or evaluated the farms, all kinds of farms, turkey farms, breeder farms, duck farms, free-range broiler layer farms, and also enclosed or indoor broiler and layer farms. We had the reports, we discussed the reports with the farmers, we coached the farmers, and during the coaching we made an action plan. So we have like a list of things that the farmer can improvise over a period of time. We gave him 6 months time. During the 6 months time, there are things that he can do. Maybe not complete infrastructure can be changed, maybe the minute things like hand washing or wearing good boots or cleaning equipment, so things like that. And at the end of 6 months, we are going to re-evaluate and revisit the farms and do a second evaluation with the BioCheck tool to see the trajectory of the scores. Since the coaching is ongoing right now, I don't have a solid conclusion for what happened after coaching, but to just give you an overview of how the tool is, the BioCheck database has all the countries that have been using the tool. So you can see the bluish and the purplish areas are the countries that have used the tool in the past to evaluate the farm biosecurity status. For example, in Belgium, about 200 farms or broiler farms have used the tool to evaluate the farm biosecurity status. And the database also has the world average scores or the biosecurity status of many different poultry species. You will see that there are more entries for broilers and layers because these two tools have been used over the couple of years. But the tools for turkeys and breeders are very new. They were launched only in the mid of 2022. However, you can see that already 50 farms have been using them to evaluate farm biosecurity status. So to conclude, it's a very good tool that you can use to measure. It's not a very invasive tool. It's a questionnaire. So you can visit the farm, ask the farmer a couple of questions, fill the questionnaire on a printed version, and then put it online, get your scores, and then revisit the farm, discuss it with the farmer, and then have a bright day. So I would like to thank everyone for listening patiently, and also to my teammates who helped me develop this tool. To know more about biosecurity and what's ongoing in the project, please do visit the website. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Arti. Very nicely on time. Nice presentation. Thank you very much. So the next talk will be by Sandra van Kuijk. Sandra, the floor is yours, but I'm going to reinstall that thing. But
no, okay, I will.
Start talking already. It's no problem at all.
So today I will give you a more technical presentation. We have a large, in our company, we have a large set of solutions that may fit in an antibiotic-free production. That all fits within one farm feed health concept. It's a large concept, but this is just one of them. So it's a blend of organic acids, medium chain fatty acids, slow release C12, targeted butyrates and a phenolic compound, and this blend, and I will tell you how this contributes to maturation of the gut in newly weaned piglets. All the credits to my co-authors. They actually did the work. I'm here just to present it. So as a start, this blend, I will not name it all again, is tested before against antibiotics, and there they found an improved performance, reduced diarrhea, and some changes in the microbiota. And if you go to the right-hand side, I put a picture there where you can see the epithelial cells of the gut, and in the lumen and the outer mucus layer, you can see the microbes. But the microbes are not touching the epithelial cells, so they're not into the inner mucus layer. So it's not actually the microbes that do the job and affect the host, but it's the metabolites from the microbes. So this study that I will present today shows we aimed to study the mode of action of this blend in newly weaned piglets. We started with 118 piglets, 10 of them were sampled before weaning. After that we had 18 piglets per pen, with 3 pens per treatment and 2 dietary treatments. So it's a control and the MCOA, which is actually the Prezan FX product dosed at 0.2%. Below you can see the schedule that we use. So at day 0 is weaning. Feed intake was measured every day with electronic feeding systems from weaning onwards. Body weight was measured before weaning and several time points afterwards. Intestinal samples were taken for microbiota and metabolites, and serum samples for metabolites, and also before weaning and several points after weaning. You can see a lot of measurements. I only have 7 minutes, so I will only focus on highlights. The performance, on the left-hand side, you can see the graph with for the average daily gain, where the control group has a lower average daily gain than the MCOA blend. So we have significant improvements feeding this blend. And on the right-hand side, you can see the daily feed intake. Although it looks numerically higher, it is numerically higher, but it's not significant. So how can we explain this growth effect? Looking at metabolomics, again, just to highlight, on the right-hand side, you can see several graphs where in every graph, the red bars represent the control at 7 days or 14 days post-weaning, and the green bars represent the blend, the MCOA blend, at 7 or 14 days post-weaning. And we found an increased cholic acid. We found increased cholic acids on day 7 and 14 in the plasma and the small intestine, and a reduced choline and taurine on day 7 and 14 in the plasma. I put a nice picture which is behind the Chinese translation, but I wanted to show that the cholic acid is actually a primary bile acid, so it indicates that more bile is produced, and choline and taurine are precursors for bile acids. So, and that's reduced so that more bile is produced. Another part of the metabolomics is tryptophan. So tryptophan is converted into can be converted into different metabolites, but also indole-3 propionic acid (IPA). And we see an increased IPA content in the plasma of MCOA fed pigs. This picture is visible. We can see that tryptophan is converted by the microbes into IPA. IPA has a direct effect on the epithelial cells and has an effect on the gut barrier function. Microbiota. Many species were studied, but the highlight is that we have a higher relative abundance of lactobacillus in the small intestine 7 days post-weaning. And lactobacillus is one of those organisms that can convert tryptophan into IPA. So, to conclude, we found an increased cholic acid and a decreased taurine and choline. This is an indication of a higher bile acid production. If there's more bile in the gut, that means that the microbiota is in a different environment. The microbiota has to be more adjusted, tolerant to bile. One of those organisms is lactobacillus, which is increased. Lactobacillus can convert tryptophan into IPA, and IPA was increased. It all fits together, this picture. IPA has an effect on gut barrier function, and altogether, we believe that this is an indication of probably a better gut maturation after weaning. So, what I would like you to take home with you is that this study shows that MCO8, so the Prisan effects, can be used to maintain post-weaning gut health in piglets, in an antibiotic-free production system. And this is just one solution. There are many more, and it all fits in the concept of feed, farm, and health. And with this, I would like to thank you for your listening.
Thank you, Sandra, for a very nice presentation and nicely timed, I must say. Mind you that we're still in a competition, so we are going to score at the end, and we're going to make a vote after 2 presentations. So keep on thinking about what you think about the presentations. And we will continue now with Twan Claessens. Twan, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation. Hopefully I get my presentation. This is not mine, but we will see if I... Yeah. Yeah, that's one. Yes. I see it over here, but not over there. Okay. Yeah, great. Yeah, thanks. I'm Twan Claessens. I'm the owner of Piglets Treatment System, and we are making the health passport in the cloud per individual animal. And we're doing that with an RFID, with an ear tag, and we focus at this moment on swine, but also we can work on other food animals. It's very important, put it in your head, only reliable data you can steer on health. And I'm thinking you only can steer on health on individual base. You need to know which is the first animal who is getting sick. Here is our health injector. It's our device to making our health system health passport, and it's scanning the ear tag, the RFID in the ear tag. Here you see in the display. So also we're scanning the NFC label on the bottles, and you see it again in the display. And you can see also the health injector knows exactly how to go further with this product. With the vaccine, it knows exactly what the dose is. So here you see the health injector will block without one of those 3 connections. So it needs to scan an NFC sticker on the bottle, need to scan an animal, and need to have a Bluetooth connection with the mobile app. Why? Because we need to see in which kind of animal this animal is living in, and we need to know which kind of employee injected this animal. And it's very important to know because we are making, I think, really reliable data, because the farmer is ordering via our system the medication. That's why our digital storage going up in this particular cloud farm-based for this unique company. So the digital storage go up. When you inject it with a normal syringe, the digital storage will not go down. When you just injected an animal 2 cc, it drop down with 2 cc, and the 2 cc is going to this individual animal. So when you want to have control and the food police will come by, it can look in a digital storage and look to the real physical storage and see it's connect. So we have a really close and reliable data and a close administration of antibiotics. Here you see how we register an animal. We put the mother and also the birthday in the system, so we can trace antibiotic back to an animal. And the chip number is now scanned and going into the app. Here you see how we vaccinated a pig very easily. And of course, we make a treatment plan in our system. So you see over here the product, and it's combining with a disease. So when the farmer's injecting a product, we know what kind of disease it is. But the veterinarian will also set the days to treat the animal. And manager or veterinaries can making a list of sick animals, and you see it over here on the right side. So employee know exactly in which kind of pen, which animal you need to inject with which kind of product. So that's why, and this animal is coming back till the cure of days will be done. So we don't get underdosing, also because the system will set up the antibiotic day in cc's, because we have an age and weight curve in our system. And when it recognizes the ear tag, it will set up the antibiotic in cc's also. And after the cures in days, there will be a better report. It will ask the employee or the farmer, is this animal now better or not? So then he will say, okay, it's not better. And when we have a lot of data, we say in this farm, there will be a resistance about this antibiotic for this disease it will use. So the veterinarian can choose, of course, another product. And of course, reading the NFC sticker patented via our system, it will set up the right dose vaccines. Here you can see the managers also notify all the veterinary if all sick animals are injected. But also it's very important to have a close vaccine scheme on your company. So it's very good to have 99.9%, rather 100% of course. But also we're thinking about controlling ASF. You know exactly which kind of animals are injected with ASF or for zoonosis like Q fever by goats. And here you can see our system make a vaccine scheme. 151 piglets need to inject it with Circo, Lawsonia and Circo M. Hyo. And the system, the health injector will see if it's the right bottle, it's the right dose, and also the right piglets or gills. And here you can see, and on the end, there will be the 2cc. And afterwards, you are a little bit too fast. Oh, I have to go back. Afterwards, again, the veterinary or the manager get a mail, and they can see if the right animals are vaccinated. 1 minute, okay. Are vaccinated or not with the right bottle and doses. But we have also strategic data. We know exactly where is the antibiotic peak in days. So when you have streptococcus, you never know it's 18 days after weaning or 20, but we can see it on a product like this. Exactly, we know where is the peak. We know also is the average age of the vaccines used on the right person. And there you can see from all antibiotics per week, is it going up or down. But also we see in our system the link, the relationship between diarrhea and later on the streptococcus. And also we see when on the genetic side and family farms, when sow are using a lot of antibiotics, also the offspring losing a lot of antibiotics. And also the last page, of course, early warning notice. We sending a message to the farmers when they're using in a time frame between 0 and 3 days, as example with ampicillin, more than 3.5% of the animals, too much on ampicillin, they get also a mail of it. Here is the health passport. You can see which kind of person who's injected how much in what age and with the lot number. And of course, thank you a lot for your time. Our system is unique, and hopefully you put it in your mind. When you're thinking on a close administration of antibiotic, think on me.
Thank you, Twan. Thank you very much.
The last presentation will be done online by Tamino Dubbert. Not here?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear
No,
me?
she's not here, but somewhere there.
I'm online.
Somewhere in the area.
Can you hear me?
Here we go. Hi.
Hello.
Oh, we can hear
hear
you
me?
all right. Yeah, we can hear you now. Good. Yeah.
Thank you. Sorry, I see the name tag and my Zoom is wrong, but excuse me.
It's okay. It's no problem. We just wait a second. We have the presentation on, and you have to tell me when you have to go to when you want to go to the next slide.
Yes.
Okay. This is the
will,
presentation.
Yeah, I will, no. Well, no, it's not. It was the one before that was wrongfully on. The one like before my before the speaker
Okay.
before me was the one.
Did you get that, guys? Just wait a second. We'll get it arranged.
No problem. I won't say next slide very often. I'm sorry for that in advance. Yes, perfect.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Tamino Dubbert. I work as a scientist at the German Federal Institute for Risk Assessment in Berlin, Germany, and I'm going to present two tools from the BioPiggy project. Yes, we start. Next slide. Okay, so just for the introduction, we had a big consortium. It was a EU co-funded project. It was already mentioned today. We had 16 partner institutes in 11 European countries. And next slide. Thank you. Many people working on it with from various different fields and expertises. So that helped a lot. Next slide. And next slide and next slide. Yeah, these were our two main objectives. So to identify and investigate effective biosecurity measures that help to control Salmonella and HEV in pig farming and in slaughterhouses, and also to communicate the results to the stakeholders, the farmers, the veterinarians. Next slide. And next slide and next slide. And go on until I say stop. Yeah. Stop. Okay, so these are all from different work packages, all the inputs. So we built a big biosecurity measure catalog, all from literature, what we found in the literature, and from our own studies, and looked for which production stages they were, the effectiveness estimates, and also the costs associated with the measures, if that was possible. And what's important to mention here, we did a quantitative microbial risk assessment and economic effectiveness models, among others, that helped to produce one of the tools. Next slide, next slide, next slide. And one, perfect. So this below you can see that the support tools for farmer vets. We have more outputs and there are more papers coming out. So if you Google us, you will find a lot more, but I'm going to present two of the support tools for farmers, vets, and policymakers. Next slide. Okay, so these are the checklists for Salmonella and HEV. So I put screenshots there because they are Excel tools and they are to download already, so you can use them. On the right side, you see the HEV checklist, which has 10 measures. The Salmonella checklist has 20 measures about, because there's much more research on Salmonella. And now the farmer, for example, if he has a breeding production stage, he could go through and read the first one. Disinfection is performed routinely after cleaning as a part of the standard, blah, blah, blah. And then he clicks yes or no. And then you see in the screenshot below, you get an absolute number of points in percentages, and also with the color grading system, how many of the measures you did. So from the most effective and most relevant measures we found in literature and our own studies, we reformulated and compiled these two checklists. So these are basically state-of-the-art current knowledge biosecurity measures to improve on-farm biosecurity And yeah, so you can download them or print them out, and the farmer or a veterinarian could just apply them on farm. There was one more thing I wanted to say. Yes, it's about feasibility. So all these measures, they're really, they are not very expensive. They are more a procedure that can be changed by the farmer themselves, though the core part is really here, that, that it's about feasibility and about the farmer being able to change biosecurity on the farm by himself. Next slide. So this is the cost effectiveness tool. This is a bit more complex. So this is to estimate the cost of implementation of a biosecurity measure if it is applied countrywide. So in the top left, you have a screenshot of the input part where you can put, for example, Salmonella, United Kingdom, and disinfection. And then on the left bottom, you get the output where it's calculated how much would that cost per animal. In this case, I think it would be unit the sow. How much total costs would that be for the United Kingdom? And then also how much this would reduce the prevalence, how much benefit for the pig production sector there would be, how much benefit for the human cases of illness that would be reduced by it. And then you get a kind of a total benefit, but it's on a country level. And so this works for, we have 12 measures in this tool. And some of the measures work for Salmonella, United Kingdom, and Austria, and the other measures work for HEV and France. And this has to do with the models we could use and with the availability of public available data to estimate the costs of measures and to estimate the influence that would have, and also the costs of illnesses in the pig production, but also in the human populations. Perfect. Next slide. And next slide, next slide, next slide, next slide. And next slide, and next slide. Thank you very much. Okay, so these are basically easy to use tools. They can be used by farmers and veterinarians or policymakers to inform decision making or to try a few things out. They can be improved upon in future research projects. They're both like in what they do, they're kind of very new because they're also on about the current like highest level of biosecurity measure research that we have. It's all about also feasibility. They are free to download on the BioPiggy website and also from zenodo.org, and you can visit us, and there's also more content from the project. Next slide. Thank you very much for the invitation and the attention. And also, I was just presenting it, but there's a really large group of experts and researchers who built these tools, and yeah, thank you to them too.
Very good job. Okay, before we go to the coffee break, we have to do voting. So we're going to vote. And there are actually 2 times you have to vote, and you're going to vote with your phone. So please grab your phone. And you have to go to woodclap.com, or you can try this. If you can get this on your screen, you're okay too. Oh, here we go. Are you getting it organized, guys? Otherwise, go to woodclap.com. Okay, there are 2 questions that have to be answered. So we will vote twice. The first vote will be on what you think is the best presented pitch. So that's about presentation. And the second choice will be on what is the most promising solution to fight antibiotic microbial resistance. That's the second one. But we'll start with the first one, and that is which is the best presented pitch. So I would say, go and get him. I'll give you some time to think about it. No, I don't vote for myself. Yes, everybody can vote. Do you know how much people have voted already? Or is how many people? Okay. We'll give it some time. How are we doing? Of course, the second one will be fun. But this is still the first question. So what is the best presented pitch? Sorry? We're doing good. We wait a bit more, yeah. And while we are waiting, I can already tell you that during the coffee break, the people that have posters or stands downstairs have to get them out of here. So please, if we are in the coffee break in a minute, when we finish the things, you have to remove your poster during the coffee break and your presentation or your other thing. How are we doing? It looks okay? Okay. There's still 1 minute for the people online. Oh, we have 1,000 Chinese votes. Can you imagine the challenges behind this table here? Getting everything organized, the connections with China and everything. We think we should be grateful for them. They did a great job. The minute is over, ladies. They're not going to tell me. Yeah, yeah. Zijn we zover? Are we ready? Almost ready. And that's only one vote. Okay, we can go to the second one. Please, we're going to the second question, and that is what you think is the most promising solution to fight antimicrobial resistance. So again, please, can I have your votes? I'm gonna check. Ja, ik weet I have no idea. The ladies are counting the votes manually, I think. Hmm? Ja, ik weet niet. Nee, ze zitten nou allemaal. Everybody's excited now, so we're not going to give you the votes after the break. Eh? It does ensure that everybody comes back. Oké. Ja. Want de vertalers die kappen ermee. Ja. Is mooi geweest. Oké. Okay. Well, we have to wait for a second. I hope that this is a second. But what I want to do on this side is already thank the Chinese translators who did a hell of a job today. You don't notice that when you're here, but they did all the translations to China. And I think they did a cracking job, but it's for them, it's late now and they are ready. So they're going to stop with that. And only the last part of the program we will do here together after the coffee break. And I think it's it's incredible. How are we doing? Okay, this is the most and the other one? Shall we start with the most promising solution then? Yes, yes. The third place is the piglet treatment system. The second is the Netpol Safe, but the first place, most promising solution is the PigChamp innovative digital system. Where is the guy that presented that? Carlos is gone? Okay. Is there a friend of Carlos that can take a present with us? Yes, you can do it? Okay, come along. We have a brilliant present for you. Yeah. Congratulations. And what about the other prize? Here we go again, the best pitch. Ta-da, 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 ta-da. No drums? Okay, we're going to do it without drums. Very exciting. The third place is the BH Farm use of biomarkers. The second place is PigChamp, Innovative Digital, the one that won already. And the first one is on Netpool Safe, the risk-based. That's the number one. And who's the winner that can take the prize? Hi, there you go. And again, a beautiful gift from our group. You're welcome. Congratulations, lady. Good job. Coffee break. Those people that have a stand or a poster, please remove it during the coffee break. Thank you. I'll see you back in half an hour max. Okay. Ja. Ja.
Zat hij in de top 10 of? Ah, dat is mooi. Wil het lukken, Jan? Wil het lukken?
Ja, ik ben een beetje samenvatting aan het typen.
dacht ik al. Ik zag je bezig, ik denk dat komt wel goed. Oké?
Wolfgang het Wonderjong.
Met mij, Kind Sterretje Mozart.
beat of our hearts, we would do the dance of love. We just can't get enough of that hot stuff. You can still be mine.
Okay, thank you. Thank you for being back. Thank you for your patience and also for your, how shall I say, endurance. You are very tough staying here until the very end of the day. We already had a lot of information. The last part of the meeting is a discussion with you or between you around a few of statements we have thought about, and we would like to hear your opinions and what are the pros and the cons that you can think about. These statements you can also access via the Mentimeter, and there you can already in the beginning say, statement per statement, I agree or I disagree. You have to log in again, or I don't know if you don't know. I will go at the side so that. I think Yael is coming to help you. Do you have the first statement already? Because okay. Well, people who are in, they can of course vote already on the first statement. And if you have difficulties to get into the system, then you can of course explain your position later on in the discussion. Say, I am against or I am in favor. Can we have the first statement on the screen? So the statement is, reduction of antimicrobial use in livestock to the appropriate level is not dependent on research. The idea behind this statement is that we already have so much knowledge, we have so much information, and it's more a matter of implementation and using the information we have. And what we discussed today is that we have made good progress. We are not there yet, so we have to go further. And the question is, do we need further research? Do we need new inventions to get there? Or do we say, no, with the knowledge and the information we have at this moment, we don't get there, so we need more research. We need more new ideas. There are many people who disagree. That doesn't surprise me in an environment with researchers. They are not going to say we don't need further research. That's clear. On the other hand, I see there are also people who agree. Who of you agrees with the statement here in the room? Now you don't have to raise your hand, Elias. Yeah. Is there a microphone? Here. Okay.
I think we need to put more effort in to going in the stables and just do it. And we have enough to go over there and put more effort on that side. I think, of course, we need more information, of course, but I think also when I'm looking to Horizon 2020 and the euros who were spent it, I think there must be more spent to the normal farmers and look how they are going further with the data we already have.
Okay. Other people who agree with the statement? Yes, Jörg?
No, I disagree.
That's for later.
Okay.
No,
well, I just want to explain it.
Yeah, that comes. Now, I first want to see if there are more people who agree, who say, well, indeed, as the previous speaker said, we can do with the research we have, and it's not necessary.
I'm absolutely in favor of research, but we should have more applied research. going more into the practical farming, going more into implementation of the knowledge that we have created in the last years, and to make that more applicable and ready to use for the farmers. There are some tools, but there are some tools that need more fine-tuning, like the precision livestock farming systems. They are all very fancy, all very well, but the fine-tuning should be there. More practical research, more figures, more numbers coming directly from the farm, not only on university level.
Okay. I think then we can go to Jörg, because he can't wait to explain his position. Thank you.
So we are not so far apart, but I think only the practice will not solve it. I will mention only two things which struck me in the past when we worked in this field of antibiotic resistance. After 14 days of piglets in a completely cleaned compartment, it was cleaned nearly everything and disinfected, you found traces of an earlier antibiotic treatment. So this voyaging, so to speak, of pollution of the antibiotics which are in a farm, that is not very clear. The second point is I saw all these pathways of transmission, manure and everything. There is a lot of transport of antibiotics through the air, attached to dust mainly. So that is not completely trivial. That can be, in certain situations, up to 10 milligram per kilogram of dust. And one piggery with 1,000 pigs emits about half a ton of dust per year. So and that goes all in the environment. Just a few figures, how complex the thing is. So therefore, we need research, but I agree also that we need the application. And not only application by all sorts of tools. There is a very simple instrument was used in Germany, that all veterinary prescription by law and by strict law and by punishment, if the veterinarians didn't do that, all the prescriptions were registered, and within 5 years, the tonnage at least, I will not talk about the specificity of the antibiotic, was reduced by 70%. So what I want to advocate is that we need that to put into practice, clear, but we have also to find out what the background is. And another point is that we have antibiotics everywhere in nature. So we have also to need research to be able to differentiate if an antibiotic resistance appears, where it is coming from. And for a long time, human medicine always accused the veterinarians, but when you look in hospitals, where most of the resistance are born, there is the nest of this evil.
So if I understand it correctly, you say we have a lot of knowledge, we have a lot of tools, and we can gain a lot by implementing these tools, by implementing the knowledge that we have. But in the end, if you really think about the One Health approach and we want to take the ecosystem into our perspective, then we need to work further to get a better understanding how it works there. Other people who have an opinion and want to share it. Yes, Adam?
I think the implementation is very important, but also the researches are also very important, because we are on time when the animal welfare standards are changing. And this will have direct impact for the health of animals and different risks. And we have to have the scientific evidence to make proper methods to solve the problems which are coming to the situation. Thank you.
Yeah, good point. I think also in relation to animal welfare, there's still a lot to discover and to understand, also to promote animal welfare and to make sure that the animals are in a good situation and that they can better cope with challenges they face. Other people who, yes, please, you.
Yeah, I think this is a very interesting question, and for sure, different people will have different perspectives to answer it. And I just want to share some studies that are conducted from FAO. We noted that, definitely not in Europe, which you already have a very good level of reduction of antimicrobial use, but in some other parts of the world, frequently livestock producers, farmers, they lack the basic knowledge about how to raise their animals and also how to prevent disease, how to treat disease. For example, like we noted in some other projects that frequently African farmers, they use a mix of antibiotics to prevent the animals from ticks and some other parasitic disease. So this is we know that this is completely useless, but they still use it on a daily basis. And this is not completely about research because this is a basic knowledge for many veterinarians, but it's just like how to, at the basic knowledge level, how we can better improve farmers' knowledge on this.
Yeah, and also how we can communicate the knowledge we have to the farmers. I think that was also one of the, when I asked Jean-Charles where should be the focus, he said it should be in fact on all these different aspects. You cannot have one solution that will solve the whole topic. Are there more ideas? Oh, yes, here, Jean-Charles.
I would be a bit nasty about the question. I'm questioning the question about the appropriate level. Huh? I don't know if you took a lot of time and discussions to come. What is the appropriate level? Against which criteria? For what? For the health of animals, for the welfare of animals, to protect humans against it? So I think already this is a question. So I would say in a number of cases, I remember a message that about AMUs, which was as little as possible, as much as necessary, or something like this. But what is necessary? What is possible? So I think probably, at least on this already, we would need research. Animal welfare was mentioned, biosecurity level. So, of course, if an animal is sick, you will need to treat them. That's clear. But there are plenty of other circumstances where we need to look at the use of antimicrobials and alternatives, etc., etc. Because on alternatives, do we have so many alternatives ready that we could use? So.
No, but you're right. I put the word appropriate on purpose. No, otherwise it would be too straightforward, and I just want to have different views. But indeed, you can have a very long discussion. What is appropriate? And should it be a world without AMR or without what was said earlier today? Or do we focus at to make sure that we have safe and effective antimicrobials available and accessible? How far do we need to go to get there? We now have a goal that in the EU we want to reach, but will that be enough? And is that as such already sufficient to tackle the public health problem? So there's a lot to say around it, but I think that in general my feeling is that most of you say there's a wealth of information available, and there's a lot to gain, a lot to win by using the information that we have, and by spreading the information, and by training and education. The project with the living labs, where you can exchange information, you can make teams that motivate people to make a next step. These are also very important things. But in the end, we also need research to get further and to stay. To make the next step. If there is no more comment on this statement, I would like to go on. A question? Next question. I would like to go on to the next one. Thank you so much. Farm animal welfare will only be improved when no extra costs are involved. This statement is clearly too simple. Everyone disagrees. Who can I ask to comment on this? Oh, one agrees. Who agrees? Is there, if you want to, maybe it's someone online? Two agree. Is there someone in the room who agrees? Now, the point for raising this about the costs of animal welfare, also in healthy livestock, we look a lot at the economic side of introducing new facilities in the farms to improve animal welfare. We try to find out if they come with an extra cost or not, and what is the social acceptability. But of course it's clear that if you want to make steps forward, if you want to improve the animal welfare, there is a cost. And then the next question that comes, of course, is who's going to pay that invoice? Who wants to react on that? Who do you think, how should we deal with that? Can we expect farmers, when there is a strong competition on price, to do this extra investment? Roland.
Being very much linked to the industries and to the supply chain partners in the retail. I can give you an example on antibiotic-free production of pigs and on the implementation of animal welfare. There will be costs, but the challenge for the retailers when they put their products on the shelves in the supermarkets will be to have a good marketing and to have a valuable, reliable system in the background. Give you an example. There's a big integration in Poland where I wrote a Race Without Antibiotic Standard 4 years ago. They have a market share, and I talked to the two Polish colleagues some minutes ago. They know about the product. It's a higher priced product, but it's accepted by the market. So there is cost-related impact for raising livestock without antibiotics, improving welfare. And the retailers, they accept it. And consumers accept it to a specific market share. That will not be the majority. That will not be 75% of the consumers. That will be 20, maybe 25 of the consumers that accept these higher priced products. But I think there is a high chance for the future to enforce that Race Without Antibiotics, animal welfare at best level, and playing that together.
Jörg?
Right, but it is the question extra cost, how much? If you take the example of the ban of battery cages and cages of laying hens, so the egg production, at the end of the day there were two factors why it was so successful. One factor was that at the end the price of the egg rose only by 2-3 cents. So how many eggs are you eating per year? So how much is that financial burden? And the other very important factor was that the big retailers just removed it from the shelf and the consumer had no choice. He could only buy those. Meanwhile, we have quite a range of prices. So when I go to the supermarket, sometimes I can buy 10 eggs for still €1.35. I don't know where the eggs exactly are coming from. My wife refuses that. But I can also the egg for 49.9 cent. So that is the range. And that brings me to the point you raised already. It depends on how much and how high the income is. And there, at least I observed this factor, that some parts of the society who earn a little bit more than others, all people are equal, but some are a little bit more equal than the others, and they want to have this feeling to buy a higher price product because they think that is better in animal welfare, better in quality, no antibiotics, and so on. That is also a question which is very important for the market, for the whole chain, for the producer. We have farmers around who are very good in advertising. I think you said also advertisement. He is every fortnight in the local newspaper showing how good his system is. People are running and buy from the farm directly. I think the tax office still knows, but it's directly sold. Yeah, so that is the image. A lot of people who can pay for it, who have a car to go there, who have the time to go there, they buy it. So that is also a very important factor for my feeling when you talk about extra cost.
Yeah. I think it's also related to what came in the discussion this afternoon, what I would like to summarize as be good and tell it. That example that you gave, apparently that's a farmer who is very well able to show what he is adding to the value of this egg or this piece of meat. But in general, for the let's say for the larger volumes of products, are we as sector altogether, are we well capable to explain to the consumers, to explain to society what we do? It's easy to say we want to have a good quality product, we want to have good animal welfare, it's nice to have this, it's nice to have that, but then if as a sector we are not able to market this extra quality, how can we expect consumers to go for it? Adam and Ilias. And I don't know if the fact that Hans is coming here means that we have to...
I would like to say about the other side of this medal, of this topic. Who will make the investment? We have very old population of farmers. It's above 55 years. And who will make the investment? Because they have already less than 10 years to be retirement. And they don't have the attraction to make the investment. And how we can attract the young people and from where they will have the money for investment? Because to improve the animal welfare, we have to rebuild existing buildings. And from 30 to 50% of this building is better to build up new ones instead of rebuild the old ones. And we have also the disagreement of the local population of people, because they don't want to have big farm on the other side of the trade, yes. And where we should build up this new farm building. And other side is who will then make the production. I think the room on the market is for every system of production with the basic level of animal welfare and with the highest, because we have consumers which are with very limited packet of money to buy the food for families. And we have also consumers which are able to pay a lot for very high quality. But we have to feed all of humans. And we have to have the space for each one. Consumers have to have the choice to buy cheap, basic level of animal welfare standard products and with the highest level of animal welfare products.
So you say a
Thank
more differentiated price level,
Yes.
but bottom line is that the minimum standards for animal welfare need to be met.
Yes.
I think, Ilias, you also wanted to say something?
While I'm walking to Ilias, I was thinking it depends a little bit on who you ask. And if we talk about farmers, then obviously there is a cost that they have to pay if, you know, if the cost price increases. And that needs to be offset to a benefit that they gain from it. So for a farmer, ultimately, it's the cost versus the benefits that will determine whether they stay in business or not. Stay in business. So that would be the answer from the farmer's point of view. At least that's what I distill from your replies. If you ask the consumer, I think we know that consumers will pay more for animal welfare. Not as much as we want. It could always be better. But when you put products in the supermarket that ask for a higher price because you promise more welfare, this could be organic or this could be Label Rouge or any other system, consumers will buy that. Now, the next question is, how do we get more consumers to do this? So there the answer is...
Yeah, so the point again is then to make visible what is the added value that they pay for. Value in terms of animal welfare here. Ilias?
Yeah, my view is slightly different, mainly because the retailer has the major say in the whole landscape, yes? We have the very nice example in the Netherlands, where the retailers made the unilateral decision to go for the slow-growing chicken. How is it called? Better Life chicken? Yes. Yes. So they made that decision unilaterally, and you don't have anymore any choice. If you go to California, most of the supermarkets, if not all, have also made the decision not to stock products that utilize growth hormones. Yeah? Again, despite the fact that in the rest of the US you can use growth hormones. So the consumer doesn't have any more the choice because the retailer has decided for them what is better. Now the challenge from my perspective arises from the fact that they ask for this change to happen, but they probably don't reward the farmer for this change, and they still want to buy things at a low price. And I think, to me, this is where the challenge is. I think the society moves towards different things very fast. For example, banning the farrowing crates, for argument's sake, or banning the cages for chickens. Now, in Europe, we accept that universally. Yeah.
I think the point you are discussing here is also how far do we want the free market to go, and where do we want to set the borders? Bas?
And maybe to add to Ilias' story on the Better Life chickens, because I think also economically that's an interesting example, because there also the chain decided that the farmer will have a fixed salary basically, which is with the risk in feed prices is not with the farmer. So the chain, the slaughterhouse and the retailer said we will catch this price difference, and you just produce what we need, and you have a guaranteed income. And then you also see that sort of this race to the bottom, it has to be more efficient, it has to be cheaper, is over for the farmer, because he knows if I do a good job, I just have a stable income. I think this type of approaches we need to think more about.
Yeah.
We can do a bet. We can bet on something.
Wait, a second. Hans, you want to say something? Oh, then it's to Jörg for betting.
Well, it is a prognosis. Maybe a little bit provocative, but we are a very closed and a very confidential group, isn't it? It's only transmitted to 1 million people outside.
1 million people in China and the rest of the world.
Seriously, I wanted to stress again on the social aspect in the society. If we continue to pull down and to close our livestock production in Germany or also in Europe, the development will be that the so-called higher price products, the better well-feeling products, the quality has very much to do not only with microbiology and chemistry and texture and so on, but also the ethical aspect. So then those who can afford it will buy it, and the rest will come as TK products, deep cooled products from Brazil or from China or from everywhere. Because what the Polish colleague said, the farmers in Germany dropped this year, the pig farmers, I think more than 10% gave up. The children will not do it anymore. And what is the alternative? Either you need large enterprises that will be not permitted anymore. They don't get a permission. So if people don't go to vegan completely, and then you as a veterinarian, you are out of work then, most...
I'm out of work.
Yeah. Well, I'm also a veterinarian. No, seriously, then you have to make sure that there is a basic supply for it. The market will be differentiated more. There will be more vegetarians and more vegan products and so on. That depends on the people and their choice. But we need a solid production here, and again, very serious, when you look at the crisis we have at the moment. Okay, we can manage it. All the economic depression is gone, as I read in the newspaper 2 days ago. So in spite of the war and everything, but it could go in another direction. And you can park your car for a month, but you can't stop eating for a month. So this is a very serious problem which can only be discussed in higher, lower standards of welfare. Again, what I mean, it is also a societal question. We have to give the people the confidence that what they are buying in our shops is of good quality, and there may be some differentiation, but we need to produce that also within our community of the EU. And I will be in 2 weeks' time again in the warmth of São Paulo, and there will be discussions about how the Mercosur contract will go, and probably the tonnage of meat imported will be increased, and the welfare standards though there are much, much different. There are nearly 2,500 pages of legal regulations in Brazil on animal welfare, but nobody knows it. And there is no law. The law is since the animal welfare law, since 15 years in the parliament. No majority to vote it. Lula maybe make it now. And that are different weapons. That is like the Ukrainians.
I think what's clear.
Sorry for my long sermon. To preach a long sermon.
Yeah, no. I think what is very clear from your last point is that it's important that in Europe we do as best as we can. That Europe will be a best practice region. That we can also show to the rest of the world what you can do. But we are not going to solve the problem all by ourselves. We need to have the collaboration and the support from other regions. And with that, I think we should think about our own welfare and stop sitting here in this room and move a little bit and maybe get to a drink. But before we do that, I would like to make a short summary of today and then give the floor to Hans to finalize it, to close it. I just have to see where I have it. Okay. I made some notes in the day, and I would like to read them out now. When I overlook the whole day, I think we can look back on a very rich and a very productive day. I think the day has been very rich in the sense of a broad variety of our backgrounds. researchers, companies, international organizations, regulators, co-regulators, farmers, veterinarians, etc. Different people from different backgrounds came together to share their knowledge and experiences. It was also rich in the sense of the wide area all these people together covered. Of course from China and the European countries, but via the partners in our different projects, we were also connected to many, many other countries across the globe. And indeed, maybe a million people will listen to us. Last but not least, also rich in the number of participants to this event, here in the room and online. And I must admit that the number exceeded our earlier expectations. When we started to set up this event, we didn't think that we would have so many people coming here and joining us via the internet. Looking back at the program of today, we had some very interesting introductory presentations. Professor Yang Xiuming updated us about the new developments and initiatives in relation to antimicrobial use in livestock in China. Jean-Charles Cavit gave a comprehensive overview of the EU Commission's initiatives related to antimicrobial use in animals, policy development, legislation, research, etc. And that was followed by a nice presentation from Nelea Motriuk from the United Nations Food and Agriculture Organization who presented the multi-stakeholder partnership platform set up by the quadripartite WHO, World Organization of Animal Health, Food and Agriculture Organizations and the United Nations Environment Programme. Then Hans, the coordinator of Healthy Livestock, explained the project and the Horizon Results Booster initiative and the ArMoR cluster. This Commission initiative for the Horizon Results Booster has been really helpful in bringing the different projects together. I think without this ArMoR cluster we would not have had this program as it was today. After these starters, we came to the main course of today's meal. We heard a total of 19 7-minute pitches that were delivered by the ArMoR partners, related projects, Animal Health Institute, companies, etc. And these pitches covered a wide range of solutions and potential solutions to improve the health and welfare of animals, to early detect diseases, electronic applications, ways to communicate results, ways to create synergies, etc. In the end, all aiming to reduce the need to use antimicrobials, to reduce antimicrobial resistance, and to keep safe and effective antimicrobials available and accessible. We also had a roundtable discussion with a very qualified and interesting panel who explained to us the way their organizations address many of the challenges we face in the fight against AMR. It became very clear that AMR is a multifaceted issue and there is not one solution that will solve everything. We need the inputs and ideas from all different sides. And finally, we had these plenary discussions around these statements. In conclusion, a very inspiring day that shows that we are well on our way to bring down antimicrobial use in animals, but also that we are not there yet. Still, many challenges remain to be solved. But I'm sure when we keep working closely together, we will be able to cope with them. And then the final words I would like to give to Hans.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Jan, for summarizing the day for us. I won't keep you long for your drinks, but I just wanted to say thank you to a few people. First of all, to you for staying here until the very end of the meeting and for your active contributions throughout all of the day. Then, of course, to my two co-conspirators, Bas Kemp over there in the back, Jan here at the front. Thank you very much for the things that you did, mainly Jan as well, for organizing this whole day's event and for moderating very actively and very enthusiastically the various aspects this afternoon. Thanks very much. Bas also, thanks very much. The technicians. The technicians. Thanks a lot. It was not an easy job. We put the bar very high with getting the Chinese people involved and having them present and interpret and all these things. But I think on the whole it went very well. So thank you very much for doing that. there's one person who's not here, and she's probably in bed. And her name is Alice Liu. And Alice translated a lot of the keywords that those pictures that we had today, the people doing the pitches, she translated them onto the slides. And it must have been an enormous job and a rush job, because my presentations, your presentations were probably all too late. But she did it. And at least our Chinese colleagues could follow a little bit, or I hope a lot, of what happened on. So tomorrow we will meet Alice again online when we have our final morning of the project, and we will thank her personally. And then finally, if I had 3 more egg timers, which I don't have, I would give them to the 3 ladies that have been working in the background for this meeting. You don't see them a lot. Well, they run around here and they do things, but it's Yael, Brigitte and Diana over there at the back, who've done a hell of a lot of work to organize this meeting. Thank you very much, ladies, for doing that. And, well, we have to see whether we can find more egg timers and you'll get them. Thank you all very much. There's drinks outside. Please share a drink with us. And when you're ready to go home, have a safe trip home. Thank you very much. Thank you.